something different in another time. We know from the intelligence and from what the Mossad has brought in 2018, a part of the Iranian nuclear archive, that the directive of the leader was for 5 devices. That was correct to 2003-4. So we are 20 years later, and there is no reason to believe that they don't want to have a nuclear device, many nuclear devices. So the problem is that we cannot allow Iran to have the capability to make this decision. And this is the problem with low enrichment. Low enrichment in itself does not bring them to a nuclear device. But once they know how to reach to 90%, they can do it.
President Trump reportedly weighing military action in Iran. Iran has said it will hit back against U.S. bases overnight. That country launching dozens of drone strikes.
Well, I'm going to begin with you. Is it possible for Iran to take steps to block the Strait of Hormuz and another critical point? And if so, how soon could they do it and how long could they do it for?
It is possible that they can block both the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait at the southern end of the Red Sea. The Houthis have a history, recent history over the last several years, periodically putting mines in the water down in the Bab el-Mandeb. And then the Iranians certainly have a capability, not only in the Strait of Hormuz, but throughout the Arabian Gulf. They have thousands of mines. They keep a number of those mines on hand, if you will, down at the waterfront, so that they can put them into the water in a very clandestine way. It's likely that the first indication we have that there are mines in the water are when a ship hits the water. They can do that nearly overnight and lay a minefield out fairly quickly, and it's going to take some time to do the cleanup.
And Rita, coming over to you, I mean, I think the natural question here is what impact could that potentially have on the oil market? We have seen some upside moves, but it's certainly not a parabolic move based on some of the tensions and not a very sharp upside move, and we've seen pullbacks as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've gone through this period of the market still being concerned about oversupply in Q4, right? Because the demand outlook isn't great. OPEC is adding barrels, and I think that's what is ultimately kind of keeping the market in check. We also think that, you know, for Iran to actually close the straits, that would very much have to be the last resort, right? If they are trying to de-escalate, as we understand they are, you know, through the Omanis, etc., you know, dragging international or even regional powers through or into this conflict by closing the straits is really not going to be the solution, right? I mean, obviously we have about 20 million barrels per day of oil transiting through there. About a quarter of global trade, about a fifth of global LNG trade as well. And obviously that's hugely significant. That's why you've seen some risk premium. What's more interesting is in the freight market, you've seen it more so than crude. So the shipping rates have obviously gone up. But again, we still want to reiterate that this will very much be, you know, the very last resort they take if they are serious about de-escalating.
Amber, I want to come back to you and lean on some of your experience in the region. I think one of the questions that a lot of just regular Americans have is exactly what is going on with Iran. Are they actually trying to build nuclear weapons? And if they are, does Israel alone have the ability to, you know, essentially take them out, or will they require significant U.S. help?
Well, to answer the second question first, I do think the Israelis have the capability of taking out the nuclear weapon facilities in Iran. Otherwise, they wouldn't have undertaken this endeavor all by themselves. So the assumption must be that they're going to be successful, and they think that they can be successful, and I happen to think that they can be. What's going on with Iran in their weapons program? That's the great question, and it's been a great question for almost all of this century. And the Iranians have been way less than forthcoming in terms of what they're doing and what their intentions are. Now, what we do know is that they have enriched a good amount of uranium, enough to build several bombs, well above the 5% needed for peaceful nuclear power or for medicinal research and usage. So the only reason to go above 5%, and they have a lot of uranium enriched at 60%, is if you're going to build a nuclear weapon. And so because Iran hasn't been forthcoming, I think it's safe to assume that they do plan on producing a nuclear weapon. And that would be obviously very destabilizing in the region and throughout the world.
And Marina, I want to come back over to you. So the Admiral is obviously laying out some of the concerns that seem to be, with the administration is that Iran is trying to enrich that uranium for weapons purposes and just the possible impact that could have. If there is a sustained attack on Iran, either from Israel or from the U.S. and Israel, and those Iranian barrels are taken off the market, what does that do to oil prices? And does it have a significant impact in the short term and long term, or just the short term?
I think that's a great question. And I think that's something the market hasn't really grappled with yet. The focus has been on the here and now, and that, we haven't really seen energy infrastructure being disrupted. We've seen a little bit of an outage or attacks on kind of South Pars 14, like a refinery in Israel being taken down, and a couple of kind of, LPG outages here and there. But the reality is, if we were to lose Iranian barrels, about 1.5 to 1.6 million barrels per day of Iranian oil currently flows into China. So China will have to seek alternatives. OPEC has that spare capacity to give. That's not going to be the issue. But there are questions about whether, Middle Eastern OPEC members necessarily want to get drawn into this conflict, right? Like, do they want to be seen to be increasing production just as Iranian barrels are going down? I think that's a fair question to ask. Of course, ultimately they will serve their customers. India, China will be critical, and as long as they want the barrels, they'll OPEC will meet that. I think longer term is the more interesting question. We've seen this during the past kind of Iranian revolution. They used to produce 6 million barrels per day. Since that revolution, they never went back above 4 million barrels per day. What are we looking at? Like, what kind of an Iran are we looking at? Are we going to see some significant degradation in their upstream? Do we just basically see oil production kind of gradually decline from the kind of 3.7, 3.8 to say 2.5? Those are the big unknowns. And I think the more interesting question the market has to think about for those medium-term balances is that at the moment, everybody's like, oh, sanctions are going to get lifted and we're going to get more Iranian oil. But I think there is a risk that over time, if what's going on is prolonged, and if we don't get something very stable, you could actually get downside risk to Iranian production.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It is June 18th. We're going to be doing a replay of this later today for the ones that weren't able to watch during the live stream. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And if you would like to help support the work, please donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All these videos are for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free. So please help support the work. And if you're a international viewer, please help support by donating. I also have Patreon. You can be a paid member to Patreon. Again, I don't put stuff behind a paywall. So I use these systems to just allow you to donate. Also share the links and ask your social media to follow me. Make sure you subscribe to all 4 YouTube channels. And I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's very important that you subscribe to all the channels because I do get strikes on YouTube, unfortunately. So today is the Fed decision day. Most likely they're going to hold rates. And the big risk on the board here is what's going to happen with Iran. Will Trump do a bombing run on Tehran and on the nuclear facilities in Iran? Most likely he will, but we don't know when. There's a little bit of a rumor that most likely this is going to take place on Thursday. So that would be probably tomorrow. Now, the futures market right now for the S&P 500 is trading at 6,046. It's up by 7 points or so. VIX is trading at 2114. Euro is trading at 115. Oil, I'm going to give you 2 quoted prices here. We'll look at the August futures and the July futures contract. The July futures contract is going to be expiring soon. The August futures contract is at 73.64, and the July contract for the oil futures is trading at 75.16. BITO, the ETF for Bitcoin, closed at 2097, and we have the Japanese yen trading at 144.8. It's not that much stress in the market right now, so it's relatively calm. But we do have a Fed announcement day, and volatility may start to pick up. So we have two big volatile risks taking place. And that's the Fed announcement and what's going on in Iran. Natural gas is going up. It's at 3.969. It seems to me that it's climbing pretty fast, and it's probably a little bit too early because normally this would be taking place in August or September. So it might come back down. We'll watch it. But right now, my eyes are very focused on what's going on with oil. All right, with that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do. I have lots of different products. I have ebooks, I have supplements, and I also have course material on immunology and pulmonology that you can purchase. The course material, it's only $50. You get lots of PDFs, lots of videos. You get a password, you log in. You can log in as many times, watch the videos, and download the PDFs. Learn about pulmonology and immunology on your free time. Really important to learn, and it's not that expensive. It's only $50. So please go to my store and purchase those products. Now, the market's going to open up in less than 15 minutes. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. I have soaps made from structural nanosilver. You can get it in lemongrass. You can get it in charcoal tea tree, in lavender, and also in peppermint. They're very high quality soaps. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these soaps. Get a few bars for your household. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. And use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. So please use the discount and purchase the products that I offer. It helps support the work that I do. Thank you. Now, let's listen into Al Jazeera before we go to Bloomberg.
Policy among Republicans, but those Democrat-sponsored resolutions show that there is certainly division in the U.S. Congress. And again, activists are rallying up on Capitol Hill in support of that. And one more division we should note is that the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has been excluded from recent cabinet meetings. She, of course, did testify before the U.S. Senate in recent weeks, saying that Iran was not close to a nuclear weapon. So it's clear that the president, at least in recent days, has been sort of sidelining or silencing that part of his party that does not agree with his intentions. He dismissing her intelligence, saying he doesn't care. He believes Iran was close to acquiring a weapon.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, Kimberly Halkett, reporting to us from outside the White House. Let's go over now to Noor Aouda. She's in the capital, Jordanian capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So what kind of reaction are we getting to it within Israel to the latest ultimatums from Donald Trump?
Well, look, Sami, there was a lot of enthusiasm overnight for the possibility that the American president would announce his military engagement in this confrontation to aid Israel. Back-to-back discussions and panels on Israeli TV talking about how this would conclusively end the war to Israel's advantage. One commentator on Channel 13 said, look, quarterfinals was with Hamas, the semifinals are with Iran, and then we'll go on to the finals with Turkey. That's the kind of sentiment and bravado that we were hearing overnight. In the morning, we saw the front page of a major Israeli newspaper, Yediot Ahronot, with Donald Trump's picture in Air Force One, with the headline reading, Mr. President, give the order. So there's a lot of enthusiasm because there's also an admission by military experts and by the military brass in Israel that the country cannot do this on its own. It cannot achieve its stated goals at the very least on its own. And you add to that reports like the one coming out from the Wall Street Journal about Israel's stockpile of the Arrow missile, which is indispensable for its air defense right now from Iranian missiles, that those stockpiles are diminishing. And you get a picture of just how urgent perhaps Israel's need for American support and engagement is.
And there's been a barrage of Iranian missiles.
All right, we're going to go to the news about housing starts on CNBC.
Jobless claims and housing starts data are going to hit the wires right now in about 2 seconds. Rick Santelli standing by at this in CME in Chicago. Hey, Rick.
Hi, good morning, Joe. Yes, housing starts for the month of May expected 1,350,000 seasonally adjusted. Annualized units comes in light, extremely light. 1,256,000. That is definitely well below what we were expecting. And that would be the lightest going back, well, quite a ways. We're going back to, wow, 1,256. We're going all the way back to May of 2020. May of 2020, find a smaller number. And on the permit side, well, the permit side's on the light side as well, but not nearly to the extent of housing starts. Expecting a number on 1,420,000-ish. We end up with 1,393,000, so a bit under 1.4 million. And indeed, that would be the lightest going back to June of 2020. So these numbers are light, and there's a lot of stories to be told here. First of all, the difference, of course, between single family and multi-family, but on single family in particular, on the start side, we should have expected a weak number. Home builders, their inventory of new single family homes has been going up, up, up. And there has been a lot of warnings in terms of how that glut may be affected, of course. And on the jobless front, well, initial jobless claims coming in at 245,000, spot on with expectations. And it would have been 3,000 less than our last look, but it was revised from 248 to 250,000, which puts it back down 5,000. And it is once again comping to the last time we were over 250,000. You are going to the first week in October when we were whisker under 260,000. But this has been building. As a matter of fact, if we look at initial claims right now, this would be the third week in a row it's been somewhat elevated and just a knock below 250,000, big psychological area. The counterpoint to that is if you look at the last 3 or 4 years on a chart, it really is pretty darn sideways. On continuing claims, once again, above 1.9 million, 1,945,000. That now becomes the fourth consecutive read over 1.9 million. These are comping to November of 2021. We see that interest rates, well, coming into this number, we're at 435. We're maybe a basis point or two higher in a 10. We're basically unchanged, down 3 basis points in a 2-year at 393. Maybe the big story in interest rates, obviously on the second day of a Fed meeting, is the Fed. And I will say that my own personal preference, I have no problem for higher for longer, but I would like to put a caveat out there. The Fed really doesn't seem to want to ease. If they wanted to, they could find reasons to. They could find reasons not to ease. In terms of tariffs, there's few precedents, and some of the theorizing that some Fed officials have about how the ongoing discussion of tariffs without any definitive information on tariffs might be changing expectations. I don't know. I just don't see how that logic could really hold up to major scrutiny. But nonetheless, they're the Fed. They can do as they want. And as I said, they can defend either side of the goalpost with regard to either easing or not easing, in my opinion. Joe, back to you.
And can we go higher from here, right? We're just hitting that 6,000 level. And John with us, John Stoltzfus from Oppenheimer will stay with us through the opening bell. If you look at futures, you can see we're not doing much, but that's not unusual for a Fed day, right? Because I guess people turn off the computers. So right now, at 0.1% on the S&P 500, this is Bloomberg.
point to the decrease in the number of rockets being fired as a sign of that. How do you read the situation? You know, on what basis do you think that actually, you mentioned Israel's need for weapons? Wouldn't that simply be resupplied by the US? You know, where do you get the basis for your perspective that actually the balance is shifting in Iran's favor, especially if the US joins this fight?
Yeah, let's just look at your coverage of the Iranian missiles. Your network has been very well covering the incidents, and you can just count the number of the missiles that each time has been launched and the number of them that have impacted. So the successful impacts can be counted easily based on your own reports. It shows that, for example, Iran, the other night, Iran launched 20 missiles, almost 10 of them, according to Al Jazeera's report, 10 of them had impact. So actually the accuracy is much more than before. Yes, in the first attack in the last year, we launched about 200 missiles, and maybe just 20 of them landed in their targets. But now the number is much more, and Iran is trying to launch less, but be more accurate in targeting the Israeli bases. And the report, as you had in your report as well, the report says that their defense capability is increasing. And according to reports that have been published during the years about the weaponry for the Arrow 3, for the David Sling, for the Iron Dome, and Todd, the number of weapons that are available for them produced so far is not that much that can be used for a long term. So the defense capability, they have a lot of missiles, they have a lot of bombs, they have a lot of planes, that's all are in place. But to defend themselves, they are going to suffer more. And then Iranian missiles would be more successful, even more successful than right now. And that's why I'm saying that the balance is shifting in favor of Iran. Now on, I can say. And that's why Iran says that it's not going to surrender, and that if the Americans get involved, that would be 100% damage to them, and they are going to suffer much more than Iran would suffer.
All right, good to get your thoughts and analysis on that. Thank you so much. Hamid Reza Ghulamzadeh, the director of GETTR.
Thank you very much.
Uri Drum.
Minutes away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I am Matt Miller. We're looking at, because it's a Fed day, not a lot of movement here in futures. They are up, right, after a drop of about 0.8% in the cash trade yesterday. S&P futures are higher. NASDAQ futures are higher. Russell 2000 futures have a red arrow, but really not a lot of movement there. In terms of the opening bell, down in the New York Stock Exchange, you've got Allied Gold Corporation, I believe it is, celebrating their recent listing, and that stock has doubled year to date, so that's not bad. Down on the New York Stock Exchange, you've got Caris Life Sciences ringing the opening bell. Bring your daughter to work day. I love to see that. In terms of the stocks to watch, there is a lot going on under the hood, so to speak. So it's not just about the indexes. Katie Greifeld, what are you looking at?
Specifically, I'm looking at the chip stocks. You're going to find a lot of action when you take a look at Marvell. You're also seeing some movement to the upside as well in Broadcom and Advanced Micro Devices, AMD. Marvell moving higher after a whole wave of analyst upgrades. It had an AI event. The sell side really seemed to like that. Broadcom and Marvell, or AMD rather, continuing to build on the rally that we've seen over the last few days. So keep an eye on those chips here, Matt.
All right, we will keep an eye on those chip stocks. Don't ever want to get too far away from them. I have wanted in the last 10 years to get as far away from stable coins as possible, but you can't look away from this because Circle is up, what, 350% since its IPO, which was less than 14 days ago, less than 2 weeks ago. So amazing run up there. As I've said, Katie, they raised $1.1 billion in their IPO.
I know.
And if they'd only waited 2 weeks,
they should have had you.
They could have made that 4. They left so much money on the table, is my point.
They should have had you consulting on this IPO, but it is amazing to see this post-IPO pop. It's beyond that, even now, it's going to be interesting to see if it cracks open the window even wider for IPOs, but specifically for crypto IPOs. But Circle shares, man, just have been stunning.
It's just, to me, it's a philosophical question, right?
You have a lot of those.
We celebrate these massive gains after an IPO, but it's money that they could have to invest. All right, let's get back to John Stoltzfus, Oppenheimer, Chief Market Strategist, here on the set with us. He is bullish, and on a day when the Fed is expected to do nothing and maybe even show a dot plot with only one cut, how much does that matter to your forecast?
Not a heck of a lot. We really were I think I'm one of the few strategists on the street for a long time now. It's been a fan of the Fed. I think Jerome Powell has been doing the right thing once he got away from being behind in terms of where inflation was going and that whole transitory business. When you consider 11 hikes and then 9 pauses after that with 3 cuts so far and no recession. It's been remarkable. He's really been able to deliver the goal of the Fed, whether it's providing an economy that grows at a sustainable pace without producing untoward levels of inflation.
All right, so the S&P 500 opened up at 5,900 or is trading at 5,982. Right now, it's just barely in the green here, about 32 cents. And VIX is trading at 20.89. Euro is trading at 1.149. Oils, I'm going to give you 2 quotes here. Oil for the July futures contract is at 76. And the August futures contract is trading at 74.23. The reason why I'm doing that is that the July contract is going to be expiring soon here. Now, BITO ETF is trading at 20.79. So there's an issue with Bitcoin spot price. And then the Japanese yen is trading at 144.81. Natural gas is trading at 3.96. Gush is trading at 26.57. And DRIP is trading at 8.52. All right, so let's talk about the S&P 500 and oil's resistance and support levels. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,982. So we have a resistance level at 6,000. So we keep on trying to get above 6,000 and then we come back down. So there's the resistance at 6,000. If we stay above 6,000, the next resistance level is going to be 6,130. The next support level, the next support level is decent support level is 5,750. So it's not going to go down that much if it did go down. Oil resistance right now, okay, is at 80. And if it breaks 80, then we have a resistance level at 83.31. Support level is at 72.95 right now is what I'm looking at. So oil support level 72.95, resistance level 80. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work I do. All these videos are free. I give you my insight on what's going on, and hopefully you can make some money on it. But not just that, I also tell you about my perspective on international affairs and how to improve your health and wellness. So please help support the work I do and share the links. Ask your social media to follow me. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. All these videos are for free. I have thousands of videos for free. So please help support the work I do.
Back and forth for almost 15 years for his term at the Fed. This time it should be a lot shorter just because information is disseminated much quicker. And I think the Fed has a better handle on it.
Well, I appreciate the reminder that President Trump is a New York real estate guy. Of course he wants lower rates. I want to talk a little bit about money market funds, though, because, you know, you talk about, okay, maybe we get 2 rate cuts this year. Maybe that kicks off in September. You think about the $7 trillion that's sitting in money market funds earning 4%. Is 2 rate cuts enough to move that money out of these funds?
Yes. I think it's certainly going to move a good portion of it out, because there's still people hiding out in the money markets. But I think overall, just what Eric Balchunas has said overall in that whole drawdown that we had earlier this year, the private investor keeps buying, and I think it's not so much that it's not an irrational exuberance. It's beyond that kind of thinking. It's actually people are concerned that Social Security will not provide the same portion of retirement income that it once did. I don't think anybody thinks it's really going away. But with the end of, over the last 30 years, you had the end of defined benefit pension plans.
Right.
And now you have
RIP.
Yeah, and with what we've got, it's people have to act more like their own pension plan. And as that, they really are you really see it when you speak to private investors. That's why so many people are, I think why the multiples are as high as they are in large cap stocks. Is not irrational exuberance. It's a supply and demand question. You know, Yardini talks about the Wilshire 5000 not really having enough stocks that qualify to be in that index because private equity has taken so much out of the public markets.
Yeah, it's wild. Companies aren't going public.
It's demand, it's not craziness. And if you look at the performance this year of the sectors, well, from the lows, it was predominantly tech, communications services, industrials, financials, and the industrials and the communication services, tech, and what the heck else?
Perhaps utilities,
materials jumped too. But from the peak, the only 2 sectors that are up as of last Friday were industrials and utilities.
Right.
The Utes. I mean, look at that. You got it's a bifurcated gain, and everything else is still negative from that peak.
Well, John, we have to leave it there, unfortunately. Really appreciate the time this morning. That is Oppenheimer's John Stolfus. And let's look at some of the bifurcation in this market right now. When you take a look at the S&P 500 here, that is the SXXP, not the S&P 500. But hopefully we can bring up the S&P 500 because you have something interesting happening under the surface right now. We're going to get that up. You can see that there's more gainers than losers right now. 300 names in the green. Up at the top, you have Tesla, the biggest weight to the upside on this market. Maybe the banks waking up to that reporting from our team at Bloomberg News that the Fed and other regulators are looking at easing SLR rules. You can see JP Morgan up 1.25%, small moves overall. And it's a similar story when you take a look at the downside as well. NVIDIA, your biggest weight on this index. Microsoft trading spaces there. Eli Lilly and Zoetis. Zoetis hit with a downgrade this morning. Let's take a look at the sector level. It's pretty close to an even split.
Bitcoin's trading at around 104.
Here up 0.5% or so. Consumer discretionary, the banks waking up once again. You take a look at what isn't doing too hot this day. You have technology and healthcare down at the bottom. NVIDIA and Eli Lilly are your weights there, Matt Miller.
All right, so we do have then some gains right now on the S&P and the Euro stocks 50. The stock 600 we know has fallen and is currently down in the session. After a year and a half of back and forth, the president finally agreed to sell U.S. steel to the Japanese. The Nippon Steel takeover is finally done. Those companies announcing the acquisition earlier this hour, and if you type X equity DES, you can see that it's no longer trading. Bloomberg's metals and mining reporter Joe Doe has been following all the details. And Joe, this looked like an acquisition. It looked like the president wouldn't allow the sale of U.S. steel to the Japanese. Now he has. Why?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I had a text message right before we got on here from a source who has been on this for 18 months and said, what a ride. Ultimately, what happened was the president of the United States came in and struck a deal with Nippon Steel, making more and more demands, as we understood it through reporting since February.
Well, there's two things that's going on. The reason why it happened. One, Nippon Steel was willing to invest billions of dollars in the United States. That's one. So there's FDI money. In addition, it needs to ramp up its production and improve U.S. Steel's facilities so we can make more ships and have steel for our war effort, especially if something happens in the Pacific between the United States and China.
An amount of power to the president of the United States. And it's not just Trump, it is in perpetuity. So we're going to see where that goes. I do think that opens up a whole new can of worms. Many people have been kind of questioning whether it would be an actual golden share. It's not an equity stake. But the fact that the president of the United States has a say in things like production cuts and capital investments and whether or not they can move the headquarters somewhere else is an interesting one that this steel industry in the United States is going to have to keep an eye on for the coming years.
All right, Joe, really appreciate your reporting. This deal that finally got done, closing a chapter there, that is Bloomberg's Joe Doe, who has been following it closely. Now, coming up, Slide Insurance making its NASDAQ debut after an upsized IPO. We speak to Bruce Lucas. He is the company's founder and CEO. Up next. This is Open Interest.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. But before we talk about some of the products, let's talk about another ETF here, resistance levels and support levels. So Bitcoin is trading at 104,000 a coin. And I take a look at the two ETFs, to long or to short. All right. To long it, it's BITO. To short it, it's BITI. All right. So for BITO, which is longing Bitcoin ETF, it's trading at 20.87. Now we have a support level at 20. Now, if that breaks, that would mean that Bitcoin is getting closer to like 102, 103. All right. If that support level breaks of 20, then the next support level for BITO is at 19.73. Now we have a near-term resistance level at 2148. The reason why we keep on going below 2148 for BITO is because Bitcoin can't stay at the 110 level. Now, my take on this is that because there's not new money flowing into Bitcoin because of this Tehran issue and Iran and Israel's conflict. Plus, there's a lot of stress in the energy markets right now. So I think there's money on the sideline waiting for things to stabilize before new money comes and flows into Bitcoin. So I think that's part of the reason, because it's a speculative play, and institutional investors that are starting to pile into these ETFs, they have to kind of weather the storm on other parts of their portfolio, so they're not willing to take more risk in Bitcoin at this moment in time. So right now, BITO is going to be depressed. So BITI, which is the short, is trading at 20.31 right now. So question is, does Bitcoin drop below 100? If it drops below 100,000, then BITI probably would be a better play. If you think that Bitcoin is going to get closer to 110 in the near future, then BITI would be the better play. But I'm sorry, BITO would be the better play. So to long Bitcoin, you want to go to BITO. And to short Bitcoin, you want to go to BITI. But I don't think that Bitcoin is going to get to 110 until we start seeing a little bit of a calmer situation going on in the Middle East. I just don't see that institutional investors willing to risk their portfolio with something that has a lot of volatility, an asset that has a lot of volatility. All right, with that, let's talk about a product, and we'll go back to Bloomberg here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get a foundational piece of this health protocol, which is the multivitamin. Starting your health protocol with foundational items like probiotics and multivitamins are very important to build off of. Now, this multivitamin is easy to digest. It has vitamin A and vitamin D3 and the B vitamins and selenium and manganese and folate. So it has the essentials that you need as a foundational piece for enzymatic activity. All right. So what's in here are cofactors that allow for proper enzymatic activity. Now, people don't realize this, but if you're low on your cofactors, then your enzymes aren't going to perform as well. Well, if that's the case, then your cells don't perform as well. So you need the cofactors for proper enzymatic activity, and multivitamins are very important for those cofactors. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this multivitamin. It is easy to digest, and it is a great start to build this health protocol, to slow down the aging process, to boost up that immune system, to have more vitality. And over time, you're going to notice with building up these protocols that I will be talking about throughout this transmission, you're going to be aging slower and you're going to be healthier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Get the multivitamin as the foundational piece for your health protocol. It's really important, but it's a holistic approach. It's not just supplementation. It's proper diet, proper exercise, filter your water, stay away from processed foods. Do the 4 modalities of exercise: cardio, resistance training, balancing, and stretching. All 4 modalities are super important. Learn new things, get proper sleep. When you apply this in a holistic fashion, you actually slow down the aging process. Now, I'm older than Alex Jones. A lot smarter too, but the thing is that I'm older than Alex Jones. Now, whose supplements do you think you should buy? The proof's in the pudding. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And I'm pretty sure that Alex Jones can't bike 120 miles. I'm pretty sure. I can, but I'm sure he can.
It's a tremendous time to be scaling in the Florida market. And I think we've got a pretty accretive backdrop on the reinsurance markets as well. That's very favorable for additional growth.
So Matt thinks Florida, and you think no taxes. I think Florida, and I think hurricanes and all those other scary things that happen in Florida. I feel like
that happen more and more often.
Exactly. Weather is getting more and more extreme. I feel like to be in the Florida insurance market, you have to have a pretty strong stomach, and maybe that applies to investors as well.
Yeah, that's so true. No one watches the Weather Channel more than I do, let me tell you. It's been pretty busy. The last 3 years, we've had 6 landfall hurricanes. 6. Wow. That's a record. Last year, we had 3 Cat 3 or higher landfall hurricanes. So, yeah, it can be a little nerve-wracking, but what you have to do is prepare for the worst. And that's what we do. We buy more reinsurance than any of our peer companies. You try to maintain low retentions. You want to try to lock in as much profit as you can, but volatility can really hit you, and it's all about where these storms are hitting. And so far, so good. We took a big blow in Tampa this year with Hurricane Milton.
All right, let's listen to Roger Altman by Evercore, CNBC.
The thrills never stop at Empire City Casino. You can win big with nonstop action.
Joining us right now to talk about everything we're seeing is Roger Altman. He's the founder and senior chairman of Evercore. And Roger, we asked you about a lot of different things. I think maybe your point on the resiliency of the markets right now may be the most important that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, though. So right now we're seeing a surprising, and that's the word I think is important, amount of resilience in both the economy and markets. And it's confounding a lot of experts. I spoke to 2 or 3 economists I really respect yesterday in anticipation of coming on here today, and they really couldn't explain it because of the following. And I'm going to tell a little story here. If the 3 of us 4 years ago today have been having a cup of coffee, and into the room walked a prophet, or an authentic prophet, who said, let me tell you what's going to be happening 4 years from today. There are going to be wars raging between Israel and Iran and between Russia and Ukraine. A powerful new regime of tariffs on imports will have been installed by the United States. There'll be mass deportations occurring and large public protests over that. What do you think the impact of those will be on the then economy, on the then markets? I think most of us would have said, well, not very good. And so at the moment, that not very good impact has not materialized. But I think there's a pretty serious chance it's the calm before the storm, and that the result. What happened? Retail.
Let me just replay that here.
Would have said, well, not very good. And so at the moment, that not very good impact has not materialized. But I think there's a pretty serious chance it's the calm before the storm, and that the resilience will not last. And here's why. First of all, we're starting to see beginning signs of weakness. You see that in retail sales, industrial production, continuing claims, home builder sentiment, and actual new home starts. And by the way, that's why yields, in my view, are down. I think there was a lot of anticipatory behavior by consumers and businesses around the tariffs, inventory stockpiling, advanced purchasing by consumers, and so forth, which meant that the impacts of the tariffs were delayed. And so, and then you see just US GDP forecasts at the beginning of the year, January 1, all in the twos, now right around 1%, whatever forecast you want, Goldman Sachs, World Bank, and so forth. And so I think, yes, we have seen a stunning level of resilience, but I think the prospects that it lasts are low.
The pullback that we saw when tariffs were first announced, that were much larger than had been anticipated, you know, the markets have come back from that, I think, probably on the assumption that the tariffs will not be quite as bad, that there will be some negotiations that take place between now and then. You think that's the case?
Yes. But I think the tariffs are just one level of this picture. But I mean, just ask yourself, if any of the three of us are average consumers and we're seeing all this news, it's going to cause us to be hesitant. And the same with businesses on capital spending and other expansion plans, and the same with hiring. And I think that's about to begin to show up.
Although the war between Ukraine and Russia has been going on for years at this point.
Yes, but it's an overall impact. Now, you know, I'd like to be wrong. And the market, you know, as we all know, is right around an all-time high, although if you strip out the Magnificent Seven, is lower. And obviously a big thesis there is we're in the earliest stages of a revolution in terms of AI that will rival the Industrial Revolution and so forth. I have no reason to question that. But I think the resilience we've seen so far is unlikely to maintain itself as surprising as it has been.
You know, at the beginning, before tariffs, you could talk to business people and they were ecstatic about a lot of stuff, a lot of tailwinds, right? Whether it's deregulation or certainty about taxes,
tax bill,
or I mean, just go down, you know, lower oil prices. If that were, now obviously we've got a war going on, but there were a lot of things. The other day, I know you saw this. Real wages for hourly workers up 2% in the first 5 months. That's the strongest growth in 60 years. Inflation, even with tariffs, is low. There, you could be wrong. You admitted that. It could be that some of those tailwinds are more than enough to offset the tariff, which may or may not finally, the worst case scenario might not happen with tariffs.
And you're right, because if you look at the basic unemployment data, what's really going on, I think, is that employment itself remains solid, and therefore consumers have a solid amounts to spend, and so far have been, I said there's been some weakness showing up now, but until very recently have been doing so. And so you have to take a close look at You know, we're about to see another continuing claims number.
Yeah.
And we'll have to, but I mean, you see.
And we got it today, actually, because tomorrow's Juneteenth.
Say that again?
The jobless claims, we got it today because tomorrow's Juneteenth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll see.
I'm gonna ask you something. And the wealth effect for consumers. The markets, if you didn't sell, you're basically.
That's right.
The person that came back after the, you know, it was, if you went to Mars and came back, you know, 4 months later, the market's right where it was.
That's true.
Yeah, and if people were listening to me back when it was at 4,830, I said start buying in, and you would have earned, depending on when you entered, you know, 10% to 20% to 25%. It just depends on how you were, you know, dollar costing in with your new money. So, and you listen to all these other podcasters at that time, you know, when the market was crashing, and they said, get out of American stocks and get out of treasuries and get out of the dollar and go to gold or go to Europe or go to China or wherever. And they were all fucking wrong. The economists that were on Bloomberg were wrong. And these, you know, alt news podcasters were wrong, you know? And I said, don't bet against the United States. She will always surprise you. And that's exactly what happened. We're going to be at an all-time high for the S&P 500, most likely in July. And, you know, and we're probably going to see, I don't know for sure, but I got to really think about it and do the analysis on it. But we probably are going to see a 6,500 on the S&P 500 by year end. Now that's assuming that, you know, we don't have a nuclear war, you know, and some other headwind risks. But I'll tell you, we have, you know, we are poised for in the equity market, a huge rally. And all these people that sat on the sidelines going, oh, I don't know what to do. Go to gold. Wrong, 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 wrong. All right. Now, another commodity to take a look at that's kind of moving a lot in the last 2 days is natural gas. It's trading at 3.969. It's trading a little bit above the trading band that I've been looking at. $4 may be a decent resistance level for nat gas, and it drops back down. A great way to play that is boil or cold. So if you want to short it, use cold, spelled with a K. And if you want to long it, use boil. All right, let's go back to CNBC.
But, yeah. You know, I have a lifelong history of being wrong on
the deportations, Roger. I think it's a fraction of what the Biden administration, what they were doing, and a fraction of what Obama was deporting.
Well, the Biden administration was totally asleep when it came to this.
They were deporting. They were just deporting the people. They were letting it was like it was like a bucket with in a boat with a bunch of holes in it.
That was the level of malpractice.
But Obama deported a lot of people. He did. A lot more than Trump. 10 times as many.
I'm just saying. What I'm trying to say is there's a confluence of huge events.
Yeah,
huge events.
But even the Iran, that could be. We had Steve Eisman yesterday talking about how positive, if something does come out of this with Israel and Iran and the whole Middle East has a shift.
He wasn't saying that.
Talking about the whole Middle East,
but he wasn't necessarily saying the markets would go up.
Not the markets,
but antithesis of what would happen if something bad had come out of it.
But for the world, it could be in terms of finally putting this to rest. There's been a thorn in our side since 1979.
We sail right through this the way we have so far in terms of what I call resilience. I just think it'll be amazing because there is such a confluence of destabilizing events that typically cause consumers to hesitate, cause businesses to hesitate. And so far, we've seen a little evidence of it, but not much. I happen to think we're going to see more, but maybe I'm wrong.
Are you seeing that hesitation in your business, the business you do with M&A and other things?
Well, the M&A environment has been okay, but not booming for some time. You know, last year was not a great year. This year is somewhat better. I'm happy to say that we are doing quite well ourselves, but There's a lot of pent up interest, demand. And the last 2 or 3 weeks, you've seen quite a few announcements. Dollar volume year over year globally is up, but it's not booming. Okay. And I think if the clouds part and the sun comes out in terms of all these events we're talking about, there probably will be a big upsurge.
All right, let's go to Bloomberg. It looks like Trump's talking in front of the White House.
Mr. President,
what?
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did they say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking.
Mr. President.
We may mean, I don't know, there's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
You said we may meet, just about said we may meet. It's about Vance and we talk possibly going to talk about
It's about anybody. They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. Yeah, but they've suggested that they come to the White House. That's, you know, courageous, but, you know, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggest, because I can't go now because of what's going on. I had to come back early from the G7, which was terrific, by the way, in Canada. Really terrific. Good people.
Is there a possibility of next week or sooner that you're
Well, I don't know how much longer it's going to go on. They're totally defenseless. They have no air defense whatsoever.
Oil's crashing right now.
Totally
All right,
captured.
so
You know, we've totally
while Trump's
captured the air,
talking
bro.
here, while Trump's talking, the August future is for oil is trading at 72.86, and the July futures contract is trading at 74.61.
Yeah, smart people, and those people are getting the hell beat out of them now, and it's really a shame. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. This is another one. You know, Russia, Ukraine is so stupid. Would have never happened if I was president. You guys agree with that, right? Would have never happened if I was president. Putin would have never done it. And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, you know, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later. But I think that's going to work out too. But it's so many people have been killed. The big thing with that one is far more people are dead than have been reported in the Ukraine, Russia. Many, many more people.
Mr. President,
what down, they say nobody was hurt. You know, so.
What does unconditional surrender mean? Can you explain it for those who don't?
Words, very simple. Unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the, all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. You know,
We will
for
never have a
40 years,
president
they
like
would
him
say
ever
death to
again.
America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. You know, war is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress. And we'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust. You know, that dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years. You know, if you go back and look at my history, if you go back 15 years, I was saying we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. I mean it more now than I ever meant it. Yeah.
Mr. President, a question on deportations. Mr. President, you said last week that changes would be coming for farmers who've seen a lot of the workers they rely on taken away. But then DHS said this week that worksite enforcement would remain in place, that it's a cornerstone. So what's your message to farmers?
Everybody's right. Look, we got to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands. Murderers, drug dealers, people that are mentally insane from insane asylums. What they gave to us, fellas, they gave. Oh, do we have anybody in here that's a member? No, I don't think so. You've known all these people for a long time. Any illegal immigration?
If they would, they'll find out.
Right.
They'll be checking you. You won't believe it. Your whole life will be destroyed because of this press conference. Watch, they'll destroy these people. I didn't want to tell them that before this stood up. They'll end up being, he's a so-and-so. This one is from you know where. Don't worry. I think you're going to be okay. I'll be right behind you. Far behind you. I'll be right behind you. Now, look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure, hotels. I mean, we have to take care of them. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And Biden let in thousands and 11,888 murderers. Many of them murdered more than one person. Can you believe it? Many, almost 50% of them murdered more than one person. He let them into our country. They emptied out the jails of countries from all over the world, from the Congo, from Venezuela, from all over the place. They emptied out the jails, many of them. I would. If I were running one of the countries, I would have emptied out my prison population into the U.S., and many countries did. And we're getting them out, okay? We're getting them out. Thank you very much. Let's watch this. Brian, go ahead. Are you okay? I'm going to follow up on the immigration. Yeah. Can you comment on the impact of the Trump card? Yeah, we have a thing called the Trump card. This has not been done before or thought of. And for $5 million, this is usually people that would either be working for companies like Apple, I think is going to buy a lot of them, because they can't get people into the country. You know, if you come in through the southern border, you have no problem. You can be a criminal, you can be a drug dealer, and you have no problem. But if you go and graduate number one in your class from a great school, you can't get a job because there's no access to getting it. You can't get a green card. So we're going to sell that to people, in some cases wealthy, in some cases not wealthy. They'll be paid for by universities. Look at Harvard. They got $53 billion. That whole thing is coming to an end. It's amazing what we found out. What a disgrace. They have $53 billion. We gave them 5, 6, and some people say it's as much as $9 billion over a short period of time. So that's very much coming to it. They want to make a deal more than, I would say Harvard wants to make a deal more than Iran wants to make a deal, and Iran wants to make a deal. I mean, a lot of things are happening on a lot of fronts, Brian. A lot of good things are happening. And frankly, you know, it's a little bit of as we used to say liberal, now they say progressive. I use the word liberal. Progressive's too nice a word because they're destroying the country. They're really destroying these liberal politicians are destroying our country. Look what they've done during Biden's 4 years. I mean, we're working on, so much of our effort goes to getting people out of the country that should have never been here in the first place. What he's done to this country is not him. He had no idea what was going on. Everybody knows that. It's other people. It's Lisa and this one and that, all these people, all the scum that was around the Oval, the Oval Office or around the beautiful Resolute desk telling this guy, here, do this, do that, and not even telling him. They just go over to the auto pen and sign whatever the hell they wanted to sign. Because say what you want about Biden. He wasn't for open borders. He wasn't for transgender for everybody. He wasn't for men playing in women's sports. But he has no idea what the hell. He has no idea. And they were very upset. They wanted Bernie Sanders. And after about a week of this guy, they said, wait a minute, we just hit gold. This guy has no clue. He'll do anything we tell him. And then they realized they don't even have to get permission. They just go up to the auto pen. That's a subversion. That's a takeover of our government. And you people ought to start looking at it. That's a takeover. Not only did they cheat, I guess you saw yesterday came out with China and the license plates. Tens of thousands of cards. They used those cards to vote on the second election, my second, the one 2020. Because as everybody here knows, I won that election by a lot. But the only good thing I can say is this is a much more historic term than I think I could have had as a second term. This is a much more historic election. And now we're going to put up a beautiful flagpole, and we're going to put up a flag. And I hope you enjoy it. And let's see how real people work. These are real people. You're not real people. Your job is too easy. Okay? Last one around, Mr. President.
How tall is the flagpole?
Close to 100 feet. Real quick on Pakistan, sir. You have a meeting today with the Pakistani Army Chief of Staff. What are you looking forward to achieving diplomatically? Well, I stopped the war. between Pakistan. I love Pakistan. I think Modi is a fantastic man. I spoke to him last night. We're going to make a trade deal with Modi of India. I stopped the war between Pakistan and India. This man was extremely influential in stopping it from the Pakistan side, Modi from the India side, and others. And they were going at it, and they're both nuclear countries. I got it stopped. I don't think I had one story. Did I have one story written about it? I stopped the war between two major nations, major nuclear nations. I don't think I had a story written about it, but that's okay. You know why? The people know. The people know. Did anybody write that story about the war? Did you write it?
We wrote one.
We all wrote it. Did you write it?
Yeah. Just one more on
You
the
wrote
run.
it.
When does your patience run out with
adjustments that need to be made for Marine One departures? No, we put it so that Marine One is very far away. We did it in conjunction with the Air Force, with everybody, and everybody signed off on it. Now we have to have it far away. It's very far from Marine One's out there, it's out in the field. So you have to have a certain distance. We're about 3 times that distance. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
That is President Trump on the south lawn of the White House. They are putting up 2 flagpoles there. So we got some comments from President Trump. He commented on the Federal Reserve, commented on Russia, Ukraine, the Middle East. So a wide-ranging Q&A session with the reporters out there. But that is on the south lawn of the White House. All right, now, Steele, Paul Sweeney, we are live here in our Bloomberg.
All right, so there's some big moves in oil here during that question and answer session on the lawn of the White House. So the July futures contract for oil is trading at 73.97, and the August future contract is trading at 72.40. The reason why I'm giving you these two is to show that there is backwardation for the futures curve, but not just that. The July futures contract is going to be expiring soon. All right, now I'm also seeing some moves in Bitcoin here. BITO is moving up. It's at 21.03. And Bitcoin spot is unfortunately, it's not really moving that much. It's trading at 104.886. 1049 now. VIX has gone down a little bit since the market opened. It's at 20.15, and equities are now positive and it's up about just around 25 points. It's trading at 6,007. Again, like I said earlier, the S&P 500 is having a hard time staying above that 6,000 mark. Okay, with that, let's plug some products here. Please help support the work that I do by purchasing the great supplements that I have. These are supplements that I take every day. Take the Max 14 or Max 35 or the Cleanse and take that every day. All right. Max 14 is 14 parts per million. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Cleanse is 30 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then swallow. What that's going to do is improve your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, help with your mucosal barrier, and also help with the health of the epithelial lining. That means that you're boosting up your immune system. So please take a teaspoon a day. I've been taking Max 14 or Max 35 for 5 years. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And if you've been paying attention to me and I tell you there's resistance levels and support levels, you'll be able to make some money in the market. All right. So right now, BITO is trading at 21.01 and BITI is trading at 20.15. Natural gas is trading at 3.95 and equities are still above 6,000. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
President Trump saying that he has lost patience with Iran. He says he'll be on the NATO trip that comes next week. He thinks so. All right, let's get some stock movers right now. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Denitsa Sakova. All right, you're looking first off at Marvell Technologies.
Yeah, it's up 9% today, which is a much needed relief. The ticker is MRVL. The company was down about 30% before this rally. It had a event focused on AI, and we're seeing so many upgrades after this. We saw Melius Research raising their target. We saw Bank of America raising their target. We saw B. Riley raising their target. So there is a lot of optimism. And we remember just a few weeks ago when their earnings reports was out, there was a lot of disappointment. The report wasn't bad, but the expectations were so high about the company that there was a big slump after the first quarter earnings, which were pretty much in line with analyst expectations. That said, the event is bringing some optimism. One number that jumps is that their overall data center market is expected to grow to 94 billion by 2028. And that was something everyone was looking for in the earnings. So perhaps some of the optimism that's pouring today is coming on that. There is some other partnership with Empower Semiconductor. So overall, the event is definitely boosting the stock after a rough start of the year.
Interesting. All right. How about Circle Internet Group? What an IPO this has been.
That's a fascinating IPO indeed. As we remember, after the IPO, it jumped 168%, and that rally continues. So far, since the IPO, it's up 400%. And now we also have legislation. We have the US Senate passing a stablecoin legislation. This is setting up the regulatory rules for the cryptocurrencies that are pegged to the dollar. This is a landmark legislation. Obviously, it's kind of paying off after the really big investments from the crypto industry that were supporting the electing campaign of Donald Trump. So this is kind of one major milestone. The rule is that dollar-pegged stablecoins would have to hold dollar-for-dollar reserves in short-term government debt. And yeah, the stock is soaring, and this is just another, today gain is just 4%, which seems small after 400, but definitely more upside.
And let's go to Constellation Energy, one of my favorite stocks to talk about, making deals left and right with hyperscalers here.
Yes. That's definitely one of the movers. We're also looking at, for example, alcohol beverages today. They are
okay.
moving.
Not my fault. Our producer said Constellation Energy instead of brands.
That's another mover.
I'm totally selling him out. This is not my fault.
That's another mover. Alcohol beverages are moving on reports that the US dietary guidelines are expected to eliminate the long-standing recommendation of 1-2 drinks per day. And now those guidelines are supposed to be a little bit vaguer, which is boost to those alcohol brands. For example, Constellation Brands is down 27% year to date. Today, the gain is really small, but perhaps this is bringing some optimism. Of course, this is developing story, so we don't know too much about the guidelines, but there is some optimism for all those alcohol brands that have been suffering year to date.
All right, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Nisa Sakova. Also, Constellation Energy is up 0.2%.
Yeah,
If
it
was
was
just,
perfect.
expand that. That was great. Good pivot, by the way. Nisa Sakova of Bloomberg joining us. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports and the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. So we just had President Trump outside the White House in the South Lawn. Several remarks underway when it comes to Iran. Some standouts is that he defines unconditional surrender. It means he's had it with Iran. He says that this week or next week will be big. He also says it's too late for Iran to be talking. And he says that Iran has got a lot of trouble and that Iran is now defenseless. So a lot of interesting comments coming out. I want to go now to Golnar Motivali, a Bloomberg Iran reporter joining us. Golnar, how do you think, first of all, has Iran reached out to President Trump? Do we know that?
We don't know that. We have only heard various unconfirmed reports that there have been some efforts, we think, behind the scenes. We had a story a couple of days ago from the Wall Street Journal saying that Iran has reached out, but the Iranians have denied Iran has reached out for some kind of dialogue, for a cessation or a truce of some description. But those reports have been denied by the Iranians. And of course, we had these comments just a couple of hours ago from Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying that Iran will never surrender or will not surrender. He was directing those comments squarely to the US. saying that Iran won't surrender and that it will not agree to an imposed peace, which is his way of also saying that Iran won't accept any efforts by the US or Israel to force it or coerce it into accepting some kind of ceasefire that it doesn't want to agree to.
Golnar, is there, from your reporting and your sources, is there surprise that Israel has been able to damage Iranian forces, installations, and leadership to the degree that they have so quickly? Because it doesn't appear like Iran has much of an ability to respond.
They can't. They can't.
I think the biggest shock for most Iranians was, first of all, the strike itself, the fact that Israel started to attack Iran. Because if you remember, Iran and the US were actually scheduled to meet on Sunday in Oman to continue the negotiation program. Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy, and the Iranian foreign minister were planning to do that when Israel started these attacks. So I think that was the biggest shock. Probably thinking that now that we've got these negotiations going, that in themselves, those talks are a way of kind of staving off any risk or threat of conflict between the two. But once those strikes started, I think the thing that was most shocking to people was the way that Israel managed to kill the very top brass of Iran's military. So the chief of the overall commander of the IRGC, the head of the IRGC's aerospace and air division. These are huge names in Iran's military. And that, I think, has been a big shock to people. But it's not the same. It's not the first time that Israel has shown that it can use assets on the ground very effectively in order to make these extremely precise and targeted strikes.
Golnar, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Golnar Motabali, Iran reporter for Bloomberg News in our London bureau. Let's get back to the Supreme Court decision. We've been waiting a number of rulings. We got one this morning. The Supreme Court upholds curbs on treatment for transgender minor. June Grasso joins us here. She's a legal analyst at Bloomberg News here. June, I know it's a big court case here. What did the court find?
Go to Al Jazeera.
So this is basically expected from what we heard during the oral arguments.
At every government, Iranians burning their American flag, chanting death to America. Every event that the Supreme Leader attends himself, in between his speeches, there is the chant of death to America, death to Israel.
But there's a bit of mystery missing here from the US and CIA involvement of the overthrow of the Mossadegh government, the first democratically elected government, the backing, the US backing of the Savak, which the very brutal police under the Shah, which is not lost on Iranians, right? The people being burnt alive in ovens, which have been reportedly were made in New Jersey. Things like that are very much alive in some of the Iranian psyche.
Absolutely, and that's what I was getting at, Tammy. The history that the Iranians share with America is a hostile one, given the amount of support the United States government has given to destabilize the country over the past century. In 1953, Mohammad Mossadegh, the prime minister of Iran, was ousted by the then Shah, Mohammad Reza Shah, who was the last Shah in the Pahlavi dynasty. Even Mohammad Reza Shah...
CIA-backed coup.
Yeah, absolutely. The CIA and the British MI6 assisted him. Also, for the last Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, he overthrew his own father with the help of the Americans and the British in 1941. So really, there are reasons for this hostility, and the history is there. And the U.S. president clearly has not been briefed on that history.
All right. Thanks so much, Dawson Jabari. Good to have you back with our CR correspondent who's covered it.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. Magnesium and zinc is going to help boost up your immune system. Magnesium also helps with the efficacy of vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 will work better. And magnesium is really important for brain function. And you're going to notice within your social circle that within 5 to 10 years that more of your friends and family members are going to have problems cognitively. And with kinematic issues, they're going to have gait issues. They're going to have movement issues. These are neurological problems. So you have to start protecting those neurons, and there's ways to do it. There's no magic bullet, but I'll tell you, in the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to see a lot of people having problems. So start helping your body out the best that you can in a holistic way and through supplementation. And there's ways to do it. If you pay attention, you can mitigate some of these problems. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc, boost up that immune system, help with brain function, and help with the efficacy of vitamin D3. And take it with vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C will help with the skin. Vitamin C also and magnesium will boost up that immune system. And again, magnesium helps with the efficacy of vitamin D3 and helps with brain function. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the magnesium and zinc and the vitamin C and magnesium. You can take them separately, but it's best to take them together. Drink it with filtered water.
Missiles, those ballistic missiles coming from Iran and from Yemen occasionally. And it's running out. The stockpiles, according to the Wall Street Journal, are running low. The U.S. is aware of that, and it's trying to mitigate the situation. But providing Israel with more Arrow 2 missiles won't be enough to sustain a war of attrition, if you will. And that's what Israel wants to avoid. The U.S. coming into the equation, striking Iran in the eyes of the Israeli lawmakers and decision makers would end this war quickly and certainly in Israel's favor.
And nor the timeline there, which Donald Trump talked about, it's going to be, next week is going to be big, maybe before next week. Are we, indicative, the assumption is that this is indicative of perhaps the U.S. joining a military strike that might obviously prompt a change? Are we seeing any indication of a preparation or a change in the Israeli military posture in line with that?
Well, what we've seen since Friday, Sami, from Israel is an escalation in tone, in showmanship, in messaging and narrative. Israel being very determined, very deliberate in painting a picture not just of superiority, controlling the skies over Tehran, destroying all the air defenses in Iran, destroying the capabilities of launching missiles, of producing missiles, but also of really calling the shots, of having these covert operations on Iranian soil and so on and so forth. Many Israeli politicians are even doing interviews saying, look, we've done all the hard work, all the dirty work. We've cleared the way. The skies over Iran are now clear. And the situation is ready for Donald Trump to take the win, to do that one strike and take the win. And so, a few days, Israel can handle it. It's not showing any difference in terms of military preparedness, but certainly it's becoming much more vocal about issuing forced evacuation orders in Tehran, about speaking to the Iranian people in Farsi through the spokesperson of the military army, invoking symbols of the Farsi tradition and culture and so on, trying to appear as if they're just a few steps away from not just achieving those military goals, but from overthrowing the government in Tehran.
And also Donald Trump speaking about how it, quote, ended on the first day. But looking at the Iranian military posture on this, the firing of missiles doesn't appear to be over on the first day from their perspective. Talk us through what we've seen in terms of Iranian military strikes.
Well, certainly we've seen, according to the Israeli military and information cleared through the censor, Iran has fired about 400 ballistic missiles, in addition to nearly 1,000 drones towards Israel. Now, the Israeli army claims to be intercepting most of those ballistic missiles, but we know that there have been more than 36 impacts in Israel, in the wider Tel Aviv area, in Haifa, in Herzliya, and also in the south. Some of those areas were sensitive, near the Israeli Ministry of Defense. near the compound that houses the intelligence agencies, the Mossad and others in Herzliya. We know that many sites have been censored by the Israeli military. So the extent of the damage, the impact, if you will, is difficult to gauge because this is a war of optics and messaging and posture. And Israel is very careful about what image it portrays during this confrontation, which is unprecedented, certainly in the past 4 decades or so. But nonetheless, this is something that Israelis aren't used to. They're not used to having to head to the shelters several times a night. The first night, it was 100 or 200 missiles. But now what we see, the tactic changing. Iran launches 10, 20, maybe 30 missiles every volley, but that just means that the sirens will go off more times during the day, disrupting ordinary life, which, you know, the Israeli army has issued new orders, easing some restrictions, providing Israelis with a little bit more freedom in certain areas in Israel, but not in the border areas. But having to stay close to the shelter is not a way to live normally. And this is something that until now, Israelis are willing to tolerate in order to overcome Iran, which is perceived as a common threat.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much to our correspondent, Noor Aouda in.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the dual-purpose deodorants. These are for males and females. It'll help as a deodorant, but also help to detoxify your body. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality deodorants, again, that helps to detoxify your body. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a couple bars for your household. Very high quality deodorants. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last.
A little bit more cautious. Also some trends in terms of credit card delinquencies and such that may be a little bit worrisome. But if you step back and ask, is the consumer still active in a way that's supporting the economy? The answer is clearly yes. So the consumer does seem to be hanging in there.
Before we go, we only have about 30 seconds and then we're up against a break, Dennis. What's the data delay you think? Like, when are we going to start to see the real impact from tariffs? How many months out?
Well, you know, June was predicted to be the month in which we begin to see the influence of tariffs in some of the inflation numbers. So we'll see if in July the June numbers do show that. But it's been somewhat remarkable how this gets pushed off and pushed off. There could be some compensation or offsets within the pricing picture that make the inflation number look relatively mild, while there are goods that are really reflecting the tariff influence. But I think with this is July 8th when the next tariff cliff occurs.
Dennis.
So I think we'll have to look to that.
Dennis, we got to go. Dennis Lockhart, thank you so much. More coming up. This is Bloomberg.
She is a Holocaust survivor who has seen far more evil than any human being should endure.
In April, President Donald Trump's administration sued Maine for not and transgender athletes in women's sports. Let me get that video back for you here. Trump has also sought to block federal spending on gender-affirming medical care for those under age 19, instead promoting talk therapy only to treat young transgender people. In addition, the Supreme Court has allowed him to remove transgender service members from the military, even as court battles continue. The president also signed another order to define the sexes as only male and female. Trump's administration has also called for using only therapy, not broader health measures, to treat transgender youths. The justices acted a month after the United Kingdom's top court delivered a setback on transgender care. I do apologize that this video keeps going out for us here. I just wanted to finish this breaking news really quickly. The justices acted a month after the United Kingdom's top court delivered a setback to transgender rights, ruling unanimously that the UK Equality Act means trans women can be excluded from some groups and single-sex spaces, such as changing rooms, homeless shelters, swimming areas, and medical and counseling services provided only to women. So,
all right. All right, let's go to CNN. They have a clip here. It's about 11 minutes long, talking about Iranian leaders' response to Trump's call for surrender. So if it's in English, then we'll play it.
Those who are familiar with the politics of the region, they know that the Americans' involvement in this matter will 100% be at their loss. The loss they receive will probably be much more than the damage Iran will bear. If America have a military presence on the ground, without a doubt, it will be an irreparable loss. They are threatening us, and they are also clearly asking us to surrender with an unacceptable language.
Wait a minute. They paid. They supported Hezbollah and Hamas. All right. And now he's whining that you have the Western powers coming in, circling around, and he literally is a dead man walking. I'll tell you, this guy needs to be eliminated.
Nation to surrender, and they ask us to come and surrender, which surprises us. First of all, they should threaten someone who is scared of their threat. The nation of Iran has shown that they does not feel intimidated by the threat of those doing the threatening.
Moments ago, Iran's supreme leader addressed his nation, saying Iran will not surrender. He also directly responded to President Trump. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei made this threat: let the Americans know that the Iranian nation is not one to surrender, and any military intervention on their part will undoubtedly result in irreparable damage. His remarks coming just a day after President Trump called on Tehran to surrender unconditionally. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is in London. What more can you tell us about what the Iranian supreme leader is saying this morning to his nation, but clearly sending a message to the world and specifically the United States?
Yeah, his second public comment since this conflict, this phase of the conflict.
The thing is, you got to put it in perspective. Years, okay. For sure, our CIA has screwed things up in the Middle East, going all the way back to the 1950s. All right? So that's on the table. But in recent times, especially, the last 4 or 5, even 10 years, Iran has been funding Hezbollah and Hamas. And they felt somewhat secure because of their topology, where they were geographically. And the United States was afraid to engage. They were afraid that maybe oil fields in Saudi Arabia would be bombed, or the Strait of Hormuz would be blocked. There would be a blockade of some sort. So the United States was afraid to get involved. Okay. But the Iranians felt emboldened, and they kept on using proxies to try to knock out Israel. Israel got fed up with it and literally just demolished Hamas and Hezbollah, where the whole world saw it in real time. Now, it took from October 8th to now, all right, October 8th of 2023 to now, for us to see the destruction of Hamas and Hezbollah. Syria melted away, the regime. These things are not just through the prowess of a military, but these are blessings from the divine. Everyone thought that Israel would have a protracted war and that would eventually have to retreat. They didn't. Scott Ritter thought this. Scott Ritter thought, oh, Israel's going to fail. Israel's going to fail. There were CIA analysts, ex-CIA analysts and ex-military gurus on independent podcasts, all right, saying that Israel was going to fail. Israel hasn't failed. If anything, in a very short amount of time, a little bit more than 2 years, we're literally seeing the demolishment of Hezbollah, the demolishment of Hamas, and the demolishment of the theocratic regime in Iran. We're seeing it in real time. And people think that that's not a blessing? It's not a blessing from God? I mean, wake up, guys. Wake up. I mean, we're literally seeing something that should not be taking place. But it's happening. It's happening. 10 million people versus 90 million people? Israel's much smaller than Iran in terms of population, in terms of natural resources, and in terms of geography. If you did your fundamental equation, Iran would have taken out Israel by now. But why hasn't it happened? Maybe it's because there's a blessing here. And maybe Dr. Paul Cottrell is right, that it's about the soul roots, about Jacob and Esau and Ishmael. People need to wake up. This has been written down for 2,000 years. And guess what? Iran falls, not Israel. But Scott Ritter wants to think that Israel is on the back heel. Really? Really? You really think that? It's very possible within 7 days, the Ayatollah will be dead.
Began on Friday. And I should say, yes, while the rhetoric is fiery, it's not the most combustible language we've heard coming out of Tehran. And indeed, the irreparable damage, he says, that will be done. He doesn't necessarily say it will be done to the United States bases, for example, in the region. He doesn't, as far as we know at this point, appear to even mention President Trump by name. And also, too, the version we're seeing is a statement that's been read by a female anchor on state news broadcasting. So an interesting set of nuances here, but the words themselves are that the Americans know that the Iranian nation is not one to surrender, and any military intervention on their part will undoubtedly result in irreparable damage. Those who are wise and familiar with Iran, its people, and its history will never speak to this nation in the language of...
The thing is that the people and the regime are two different things. The people are basically secular. They want democracy. Now, as long as the United States doesn't put in some sort of king you know, the grandson or the son of the Shah, right? As long as they don't do that and they just let democracy flourish and let the IMF and the World Bank come in and stabilize their currency, stabilize goods and services, plug them into the global economy right away, let democracy flourish, let trade happen, let the secular society flourish, Iran is going to be a bastion of activity that will coincide in coexistence with Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now that sounds to me like a blessing from God, all right? But if you take the other path, where you have a theocratic regime that's holding back the society from democracy and wants to continue on this path of nuclearization, then you're going to have an arms race between the Sunnis and the Shias. And that arms race is not going to look pretty. So the path is better to decapitate the Ayatollah and let democracy flourish. But what will happen in Al Jazeera is always kind of like they're spinning it in like, well, wait a minute here. We have to have the Ayatollah still in charge. You know, this is the Western society projecting its will on the Iranian people. Well, wait a minute here. The Iranian people don't want the Ayatollah. They don't want him. They're held. The Ayatollah's regime is holding back the society at large of Iran. So Trump, by knocking him out, would be doing a great favor. Now, what is really interesting about Al Jazeera is that if you look at the fire of the logo of Al Jazeera, doesn't it look like the devil coming out of the fire? Now that is interesting because Satan is losing power as this great arc of the strength of Jacob is increasing over the centuries. Satan is losing power and he has to latch on to someone or something to get the power from that soul root. All right. Kedusha is what it's called. All right. But there's this power and you get Kedusha through doing good deeds and you're getting this divine power. Jacob has it and Ishmael has it and Esau can get it. All right. With Esau, there is a positive and a negative that happens. And there is a repentance of Esau. Now, Trump on the world stage represents the repenting side of Esau. The positive, what I call Esau positive. Esau negative is Iran. It's the ones that don't repent and Satan is attached to Esau. But when the repentance takes place with Esau, it separates and Satan is a host living off of the negative side of Esau. Now, what's interesting is that as Esau is dying, it's looking for another host and it's trying to align itself with Ishmael. Now, what's interesting is that Ishmael's line does merge with Esau. Esau's line, family line, actually marries into Ishmael. All right, so there's a little bit of a commingling that takes place here. And Satan is trying to attach to Ishmael. Now, what's interesting is that you're starting to see like rapid development in the Middle East, right? Especially in Saudi Arabia, and and what was going on with the trade agreement. That trade agreement on this level, at let's say a trader level or an economic level, between the United States and Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar, All right. That was, just, goods and services, account balances and all that. That can be defined in those terms on one lens of looking at it. Another lens of looking at it is actually there is a detachment of Satan. And as that detachment of Satan is leaving Esau, is trying to gain the Kedusha from Ishmael, Saudi Arabia. And what will happen is that, it's almost like if you ever see a patient that dies, all right? A patient, there's different people, there's different ways that someone dies. They're living, if you're looking at a time on X and activity, all right? Or, we'll call it biological activity on the y-axis. One death curve is that you have high activity and then all of a sudden a sudden drop. That's usually an accident, like a car accident or something like that. And then there's a sudden death. There's also a death curve where there is a steady decline, right? And then death. There's another curve where there's a steady and then a sharp drop off and then death. Now, a lot of times when there's a steady decline, especially in the elderly or the very ill, there's a wave pattern. And that wave pattern oscillates, and the high point of the wave pattern is lower than the previous high, and the low is lower than the previous low. So on average, it's a continuous it's a continuous decline, but there is an oscillation that takes place. So sometimes when you see a patient, it's like they look like they're getting better, but they're really not getting better. They're actually, they'll get worse a week later. And then they get a little bit better, but not as well as last week or 2 weeks ago. And what happens is that they slowly decline. This is what's happening to Satan. Satan is detaching and seeing that Esau is about to die. And it knows that if it doesn't attach itself to something else, Satan dies with Esau. So the faster we do this, the faster we actually destroy evil. Now that is a Kabbalistic way of looking at the trade agreement that just took place in the Middle East between the Arab nations and the United States. Now the United States is part of this Esau, Rome kind of Edom, all right, world, all right? But within the United States is a big composition of Jacob, not just of Esau. There's Esau, but there's also a big composition of Jacob in there. And because of that, the United States is going to hopefully weather this well. But if the society embraces Esau and not Jacob within the United States will fall, for sure. It will fall. So this is where it's important to push back on this liberalism, push back on these people that are trying to destroy God, country, and family. All right. This is negative Esau. But if the United States succumbs to the negative side of Esau, the United States will fall. But I'm an optimistic person, and I think that the positive side of Esau through repentance and the big composition of Jacob within the United States is soul root will weather the storm and we'll be okay. But Iran is going to fall. There is no doubt about that. The question is how much of the Kedusha is going to be sucked from Ishmael, Saudi Arabia, and some of these other nations. How much of that Kedusha will be sucked by the Satan, where it brings down their their society too. It'll look like they're doing well, but what's really happening is that it's like the deal with the devil. All right, you get something from the devil, right? But you have to pay a big price. That's kind of what's happening here with this detachment from the negative soul root of Esau and an attachment onto Ishmael. Now, the question is, will Ishmael be able to shed this parasitic attachment in enough time before it loses its Kedusha? All right, so, and I am positive you haven't heard anywhere about this, but this is what's happening. This is what's happening. And this is 2,000 years of wisdom. But all these experts think that they know what's going on. Yeah. Iran is going to fall for sure. The Ayatollah is going to fall. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And this, of course, comes after Trump himself suggested that Khamenei was an easy target and suggested they would hold off killing him for now, and demanded unconditional surrender. Now, I think many long-term observers of Iran would say to you, it's highly unlikely at any stage you would hear the Ayatollah or anyone in his security circle accept the notion of unconditional surrender, and how, of course, would that even practically occur with Israeli jets in the sky? But this statement, I think, it's clearly putting Iran in a position where it's not about to suddenly kowtow to any specific American demand. It is clearly not looking publicly here or beseeching America for some kind of diplomatic off-ramp. But you've got to bear in mind too, Sarah, the position and condition Iran is currently in. A significant part of its military and indeed nuclear science.
See, Iran is having a stone heart. Iran is developing a stone heart, and it's not going to surrender because the Satan hasn't fully disengaged from Esau.
Having been killed, that hierarchy gone, disrupted, even the replacement chief of staff of the military killed in just the last 48 hours. Khamenei himself clearly dealing with the most existential crisis indeed of his career, with the Natanz enrichment plant heavily damaged, according to UN inspectors, speaking in the last 48 hours, by these Israeli strikes. And so they're now looking, I think, at their military arsenal. What indeed do they have left? Some experts we've been speaking to have suggested they have between 1,000 to 2,000 missiles that could hit Israel. They've possibly burned through 500, maybe 700 of those so far. So really doubts as to how much they have left that could be used as a deterrent against Israel, period. And I think that will be dictating a lot of their choices going forwards. They can't publicly give in, but there's not an awful lot potentially, as far as we know, they can do to deter the US and Israel in the days and weeks ahead.
Iran Supreme Leader ratcheting up its war of words with the U.S. this morning. The U.S. military now surging its troops in the region. And two sources, CNN says President Trump is increasingly warming to the idea of the U.S. using its military to strike Iran's nuclear facilities. Iran ramping up tough talk, as we mentioned just a short time ago. Iran Supreme Leader warned that if the U.S. gets involved in the conflict, it will cause irreparable damage. That comes after President Trump said the Ayatollah would be an easy target and demanded Iran's unconditional surrender. Already, the U.S. is mobilizing forces, sending another aircraft carrier to the Middle East, and sources telling CNN the U.S. is deploying more than 30 aerial refueling tankers to the region as well. Overnight, Israel says it launched a new wave of strikes involving more than 50 jets on Iranian centrifuges and missile production sites, and new before and after satellite images obtained by CNN show the damage that the airstrikes have caused to Iran's military facilities. CNN chief international anchor Christian Amanpour joining me now. Christian, you look at this situation and what we're facing. What do you see as you see all of these things moving into place, the military moving things into place, Donald Trump warming to the idea of strikes? Do you see this going forward, that the U.S. is indeed going to take part in this war?
Look, it's hard to tell. Donald Trump says certain things and is, he's making decisions with his closest advisors. And we don't know, sometimes from one day to the next what it will be. But you're absolutely correct that all the signals point to Donald Trump deciding to take part. And apparently, according to what you've just reported, the actual physical preps for such a deployment, contingency plans, so to speak, pre-positioning aircraft and other such equipment that might be necessary appears to be going on from what you've just said. The question, of course, is, following reporting from our colleagues at the New York Times, Ronan Bergman, Maggie Haberman, and the others, it is very clear that according to their reporting and according to all that we see and hear, Donald Trump is significantly influenced by Benjamin Netanyahu, who has wanted to do this for many, many decades, as we have been reporting. Donald Trump, we hear and we know because he said it, is seeing the successful military operation by Israel and thinking that maybe this is something to also take part in. The question, though, of course, is what is the end strategy and what is the wide goal, and does the United States and Israel share the same goal? Is Donald Trump also in the regime change, or more precisely the regime destruction business, as Israel is and as it keeps telegraphing? For instance, when Donald Trump posted that Khamenei, the so-called supreme leader, would be an easy target if they decided to go ahead, that is telegraphing the desire for that political assassination, should they desire to do that. Now, you've seen that Khamenei has responded and done the usual. Iran always says we will not surrender and we will, maintain our dignity, our sovereignty. The issue is with the Iranian people right now. There is a good deal of fear and panic. I have my own friends and family, not to mention others who I'm in touch with there, who are trying to follow instructions. It is impossible to evacuate a city of 10 million people. Just impossible. It's a completely irrational thing to say. So analysts are saying this is a sort of a psyops, if you like, to cause as much panic and chaos and damage to the regime's control right now by threatening, that many people, or subliminally threatening that many people, by bombing in various areas that may or may not have military targets, but also have quite a lot of civilian targets, many, many residential neighborhoods, and also by cutting and disrupting and hacking a current the financial system, where it's getting more and more difficult for Iranians to be able to get money out. They also don't have enough gasoline, even if they wanted to get into their cars, to actually escape en masse, as they are being told to do. So this is the situation on the ground. And the real question is, what is the strategy? What is America's end goal? And what is Israel's end goal? And do they align?
Yeah, those are really good questions that need to be answered. There's also this question that I wanted to talk to you about, because you are in touch with people in Iran, and you've been covering this region for such a very long time, many, many decades. One of the stated goals we are now hearing from Netanyahu is that not only does he want to get rid of the nuclear facilities that Iran has and its nuclear capabilities, but he is calling for regime change. What are you hearing from within Iran as Israel is also striking Iran and sending people into a panic?
Well, indeed, to follow up from what I was just saying, there is quite a lot of panic. Look, we've said it over and again, the majority of the Iranian people are fed up with this government, with this regime. I have personally covered the Green Revolution, the so-called Green.
And not just that, there's a calendar, all right? All right, the Jewish calendar goes based on thousands of years, all right? So it's like 5,785. And then the current common era calendar is at 2025, all right? But if you look at the dates in the Bible, starting at starting at the 7 days of creation, right? And, those super religious are going to say it was created in one day, certain things were created in one day. And then you have the scientific community say that it took millions of years. Okay, it doesn't matter, because there's a metaphor that's written in there. And that metaphor is a fib sequence. It's actually a Fibonacci sequence. So you have 6, 6 days. But you also have 6,000 years before the Messianic era. All right. And then within those thousands of years are actually a clock. And that clock, just like you have 24 hours in a day. Well, if you are within halfway into the 1,000th year, you're at midnight. All right. Depends on where you start with the clock. All right. But in our case, let's just say that we start the clock at midnight, halfway through would be noon. All right. So let's say if you're in the 5,500th year, then within that era, millennia, all right, that would be 12 p.m. All right, let's just say, because it's halfway through. But as you get closer and closer to 6,000, we're getting closer and closer to these world events. Now I'm going to play a video. I don't know if they'll do it today, but I'll play it maybe tomorrow. And it will explain this clock within the 1,000-year period, all right? And how world events ties into a fib sequence. And it starts with the 6 days of creation, where the 7th day is rest, all right? So it's fascinating to see on world events that are taking place within the 5,000-year mark and how it plays with the quarters of the actual millennium as like a clock. And I'll tell you, it is spooky, super spooky. And we are in it. We are in this. What is happening here is something biblical.
Revolution back in 2009, when people actually came up to me as I was following them with cameras, running through the streets with these protesters in 2009. And they said, Madam, this time it's going to happen. But no, it didn't, because the regime used its police, military, and paramilitaries to crush that protest. I've been banned ever since for doing those reports on people's
All right, so let's figure out what he or she was doing there.
Hearing from within Iran as Israel is also
really
striking Iran and sending people into a panic.
Well, indeed, to follow up from what I was just saying, there is quite a lot of panic. Look, we've said it over and again, the majority of the Iranian people are fed up with this government, with this regime. I have personally covered the Green Revolution, the so-called Green Revolution, back in 2009, when people actually came up to me as we were...
Now, keep that in mind for the ones that have been watching me regularly. 2009, okay? And the video I play is going to tell you why that didn't work out. All right. All right. It was too early. It was too early. It didn't meet the critical threshold of this clock within the 5,000 year period. I'm telling you. It's spooky. What the rabbi said the other night, I'll tell you, it's spooky.
I was following them with cameras, running through the streets with these protesters in 2009, and they said, Madam, this time it's going to happen. But no, it...
Yeah, but the thing is that now let's just step back and use international, instead of just using Zohar and some sort of biblical texts and stuff. Let's just step back and look at it from an international affairs point of view. Wouldn't it have been easier to knock out Iran and to allow for the overthrow of the Ayatollah when you disrupt and neutralize the proxy groups beforehand? Because if you try to do it without neutralizing the proxy groups like Hezbollah and Hamas, then Israel has a harder time being able to overthrow the regime. It had to happen this way. And not just that. The Rebbe back in 1984, maybe it was 82, but in the 80s, 1980s, told Netanyahu that he would be doing this. In the 1980s, he said this, that he would be the person doing this. Now, the Rebbe didn't say what year he would be doing it. At that time, I believe Netanyahu was a representative in the Knesset, or he was a representative at the UN. I don't remember which. But the Rebbe told him this in the 80s, early 80s, maybe 82, maybe 84, somewhere in there. Spooky. How the hell would someone know that in 2025 this is going to fucking take place?
Because the regime used its police, military, and paramilitaries to crush that protest. I've been banned ever since for doing those reports on people's desires in Iran.
And that whole green movement in Iran, or the freedom movement, it was a little bit too early. You'll understand why when you listen to this video with the rabbi explaining what's going on. It was about 3 years too early.
So the question is, will they be able to come out now under a hail of bombardment and under the panic that I've just described? Because people don't know where the hits are going to happen, even if Israel says they're telegraphing. Remember, Gaza the same. They said they were telegraphing, but many people just found themselves going in circles and not knowing exactly where to go, over and over again, being told to evacuate under a hail of bombs and strikes. The second issue is, even though many people would like to see an end to this, do they want to see it? And you're seeing it on their internal discussions and Telegram, although even that is difficult to monitor right now because of the disruption of a lot of internet ability there, that they're very concerned and not thrilled that this might come, at the end of an Israeli F-15 jet. It is very, very sensitive in that part of the world, especially given what that part of the world and many parts of the world view as, the decimation of the Palestinian people by Israel right now in Gaza and in the West Bank as well. So there are all those complicated things. Then the last most important thing is, who comes next? If regime destruction is the aim, who and what comes next?
Guess which student has a better chance?
What comes next is democracy, as long as America doesn't screw it up. As long as the CIA doesn't try to bring in some sort of kingship, through the Shah and resurrect the Shah's family back as the king of Iran. And if the United States just lets democracy flourish within the secular movement within Iran, everything will be fine. The moment that you start hearing Shah coming back to Iran, it's going to be a fiasco and it's going the wrong way. But also what's predicted is that if the United States, in the aggregate, with its population, continues on this road of not supporting God, country, and family, the United States will fall. That's predicted. So there's two paths the United States has. Either it will survive as a nation and flourish, or it will fall because of this hedonistic activity that's taking place. So there's this battle that's taking place in the United States between Jacob and Esau also. And if Esau gains, then the fall of the United States will happen. During this tumultuous time period, during this 5,000, we're at 5,785. Once it hits 6,000, it's done. It's done. So there's a 215-year trek that's going to happen here, where the United States either falls or it will get through this danger zone. All right? But it really depends on this battle that's taking place. Now, what's also predicted is that there's going to be, now people would say, well, this seems to be super positive for Israel. In a way it is, and in a way it's not. Because Israel has a similar problem that's happening as the United States. Half of the population wants to be secular and not follow the Torah. Well, if this battle between the ones that are followers and the ones that are non-followers of the mitzvahs, if the ones that don't follow gain in population, Israel will fall. So it's not, it's so we're, so this thing that's happening is that it's getting closer and closer to a messianic time period, but that messianic time period is supposed to be peaceful. But it can also be extremely destructive in the process. And that Israel that we know today could be destroyed. And then something else comes out of the ashes, like a phoenix rising. That's different, all right? Maybe Zionism is just the wrong thing. And that there's something different. That Zionism had to take place to lay the foundation for this new thing that's taking place. But that secular world within Israel is at battle with the ones that are following. And if the composition of the society is such that the non-followers win out, Israel as we know it will fall. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. These probiotics will help with the gut biome. Super important as the foundational piece. Another foundational piece for the health protocol is the multivitamin that I have on my store. But you can get it in veggie cap form or in powdered form. I prefer to take the powdered form because I take a lot of different powders like the collagen, the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator Barley, the lignans. So it's just easier for me to take on a regular basis. But get either the veggie cap or the powdered. Either one is very high quality, and it will help to bring down inflammation at the gut level, allow you to absorb your nutrients, help you to improve your metabolism. It'll communicate between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. And that better communication is also going to help with mental acuity. It'll help with sleep. You'll be more well rested. The mucosal lining in your gut will be thicker. Your IgAs will have higher concentrations, so your immune system will be better in your gut. These are all very positive things. You'll also notice your skin will improve, your hair and your nails. You can see physical manifestations of a poor gut biome. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics that I have, very high quality. Take them every day and use that as a foundational piece for your health protocol. All right. Now, I'll play that video of the rabbi describing these things probably tomorrow. It's about an hour and a half long, maybe an hour and 50 minutes long. So it's so long, but it's very informative. It's very informative. But in general, there's a higher probability of peace and prosperity in the world, but we're going to be going through tumultuous times. But to think that the impossible, it's starting to reveal itself in the last 2.5 years, and to say it doesn't have some sort of God intervention, you're just not paying attention. Because what Israel is doing is the impossible. It should not have happened. You know, Scott Ritter, saying, well, strategically and blah, 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 this is, the power imbalance, and they're going to be hubris, and they're going to fall, there's going to be asymmetric warfare and blah, 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 and, and Israel's going to fall. It didn't. Why? Maybe God wants it this way. See, the thing is that people keep on not paying attention that this was written down 2,000 years ago, how this was going to play out as we march closer and closer to the 6,000th year.
An Israeli drone.
Yes, indeed. You've got this report from different parts of the city. One was basically, if I'm not mistaken, one came from Isfahan, where they said that they have downed one important drone of Israelis. Also, we've got reports today that the F-35 of the Israeli forces has been shot down by the Iranian forces, but still, we know that across the country, Israeli strikes continue, as we had a report today from Pakdash, a city in Alborz province, near Alborz province, about the targeting of Payam airport by the Israeli.
All right, let's play Fox News
from the eastern and western
Luca
part of
Faloni's
the
cotton
Tehran, and
chinos
this
are
is not
meticulously
it. This is not
handcrafted
just
in Italy
military
by
strike.
Here we go. Israeli jets streaking through the skies over Iran, hammering military targets, including missile launchers and Iranian nuclear facilities.
This as Iran continues firing missiles into central Israel, and now warning if the U.S. gets involved, there will be, quote, serious, irreparable consequences.
And Mike Tobin is live in Tel Aviv with the latest for us. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Ainsley. Now, this is a nightly routine, but people here in central Israel were sent running for the bomb shelters in the middle of the night with more Iranian ballistic missile attacks. Two attacks came just after midnight local time. The IDF says some 30 launches of missiles were detected. The missile defense systems did their job. We heard multiple explosions in the sky over Tel Aviv. The IDF says that several missiles did get through, resulting in damage but no injury. Remarkable video from the sky over Jerusalem as a ballistic missile re-enters the atmosphere, creating a fireball in the sky. The IDF says no injuries as a result of that missile either. The IDF confirms one of the drones is down. Iran claims to have shot it down. Israel says no one was hurt, and the wreckage of the drone will not provide an information breach to the Iranians. Iran's supreme leader sent a message over Iranian TV. He refused President Trump's demand for unconditional surrender and threatened irreparable consequences if the U.S. gets directly involved. That was a threat echoed by a top Iranian diplomat.
We are totally ready to give appropriate response. We will start responding to United States.
Good luck.
Israeli fighter jets were busy in the skies over Iran last night. They hit 5 attack helicopters that were on the ground, according to the IDF, as well as hitting production sites and launchers for ballistic missiles. Also hit some key nuclear enrichment sites on the ground in Tehran. The Israeli Air Force now boasts air superiority over Iran, saying that they have badly degraded the air defenses to such an extent they can fly over Iran without much risk of being shot down. Guys, back to you.
So with the Ayatollah's statements, does that make one think that we should worry about our assets in the region, Michael?
Well, you do see some repositioning of the missile launchers from Iran, which is not entirely clear if they are repositioning to aim at U.S. bases, say in Iraq or some other locations. But clearly they're making those threats, and you know, the U.S. forces are on alert because of those threats.
Mike, where are those bases in the Middle East?
Well, you have bases in Iraq in particular. You have naval assets in the region. You have U.S. forces that have been in Syria. You have somewhere around 40,000 troops that are based in the region here, Ainsley.
And then you got Qatar, too.
Yeah.
Mike, just to be clear, the Supreme Leader hasn't offered any type of recommendation of peace or to get back to the negotiating table to try to convince the president.
Now, let me give you a perspective that I have. The United States, after 9/11, had a war plan to try to knock out Iran, all right? Because it was supposed to do a squeeze on Iran from Iraq and Afghanistan. It didn't work out, all right? They also wanted to overthrow Syria, and that didn't work out either. And then, you know, obviously we left Afghanistan. But you got to remember, one, the United States was trying to do it too early based on this clock of the 5,000, between 5,000 and 6,000 year clock, all right? And secondly, it wasn't supposed to be done by the United States. It was supposed to be done by Israel, all right? And an event had to happen so devastating to Israel, which was October 7th. And October 7th happened mostly to secular Jews. All right. And those secular Jews weren't following the Torah. All right. It was actually on a holiday. It was a holiday in Israel when October 7th happened. So they shouldn't have been at these raves and dancing outside and all this stuff. So they were breaking Torah law, and then they get kidnapped or killed. All right. But it basically warned Israel, get your shit together because something big's coming. And some people that are sensitive sensed it, could see it, could feel it. And others didn't. And there was people are given a point in time to get your act together, get your house in order, start to move in a better way of life. Because if you don't, the clock is about to run out. All right. So that's what happened on October 7th. And it galvanized the nation, even though they hate Netanyahu. Netanyahu, remember, is told by the Rebbe in the 1980s that he was going to be the man that does this. All right. Now, he, in a lot of ways, Netanyahu, is like like a cat, he has 9 lives. All right. But the thing is, he's supposed to be the man that does it. That doesn't mean that he's a good person. That doesn't mean that he's going to be going down in history as a great leader for Israel. But he's supposed to be the guy that gets this thing done. All right. Okay. So Israel proper is being warned to follow Torah laws. Because if you don't, the ones that don't are going to be killed when this clock runs out. All right. The United States didn't have the mojo, didn't have the blessing to get the plan to be executed properly to knock out Iran. And we just because we went in with false pretenses with 9/11 and all this stuff. All right. It just didn't work out because it wasn't that we didn't have military prowess. We didn't have the blessing. Israel doesn't have the military prowess like the United States. Not even close. But they have the blessing. See? See the difference? See the difference? Things are going to rapidly change here.
That he doesn't want a nuclear weapon, right?
Well, you have heard some Iranian representatives say that they're interested in a return to the negotiating table, but the supreme leader, you get more of this bombastic type.
Leaves the country, it'll be in exile. There is talk that to move to Russia.
He could go to Russia. Yeah. Any word on that? Okay.
Go get him,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Thanks.
Mike, you called him Mike.
I lost the
statements coming out of him.
Yeah. Can you imagine the first time he leaves the country, it'll
nuclear weapon, right?
Well, you have heard some Iranian representatives say that they're interested in a return to the negotiating table, but the supreme leader, you get more of this bombastic type statements coming out of him.
Yeah. Can you imagine the first time he leaves the country, it'll be in exile. There is talk that to move to
He
Russia.
could go to Russia. Yeah. Any word on that?
No word on that.
Okay.
Go get him,
Thank
Mike.
you.
Thanks.
Mike, you called him Michael earlier. What do you prefer, Mike or Michael?
Michael, do you want to weigh in?
I'm more of a Mike.
Okay. His mom is the only one allowed to call him Michael when he's in trouble.
Did not know that.
Thanks, Mike. So,
Thank you, Mike.
yeah,
All right,
so far.
now
I'm going to handle this in the break.
it just shocked me when you said
It
it.
was on my brain too.
Yeah, we share everything with you, the audience. There's nothing you don't know. We're
I
pretty
know.
open. We're pretty open. All right, now to another alert. The Trump administration is weighing options about how to respond to this growing conflict. And this is expected to come up at the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's Senate hearing in just over an hour. Peter Doocy is live at the White House with all the details for us. Hey, Peter.
Good morning. The Ayatollah is saying that he's not going to surrender, even though President Trump has publicly stated that the Pentagon has him in its crosshairs. The president says, We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but a safe thing.
Think about this, like what I've been saying. We couldn't get this done in post 9/11, and we had a bailout after 20 years of a war in the Middle East. Spent trillions of dollars because we didn't have the blessing, because we went into with false pretenses. Okay. Israel had to be warned, get your shit together in terms of spirituality or you're going to die. And October 7th happens on a major holiday. All right. And there's in 2.5 years, there's the destruction of Hezbollah, the destruction of Hamas, and you're seeing Syria melted away. And we're literally seeing the same thing play out in Iran. Now, back then, back when, in the heat of the war effort in the Middle East, Trump wasn't in office yet. All right. You're talking about Bush Jr. and Obama, right? Okay. So that was a fiasco, total fiasco in the Middle East. And we lost a lot of money and we lost a lot of lives. What did we get out of it? Nothing. All right. So Trump gets onto the scene. And remember what I said. He is the positive soul root of Esau. In a strange way, all right, Kabbalistically, the Ayatollah has a soul root that's tied to Esau and Ishmael. So in a strange way, Trump's energy force that's coming down to give him life, to give him power, all right, is also the same energy source that's feeding the Ayatollah. But there's a split, all right, of Esau, of positive and negative, because Trump is repenting. Now that repentance took place when he was almost assassinated. There was a switch that he was Esau. Esau was together. Esau, positive and negative, were together. And then all the ones that were, all leaders that were pulling from that force, that Kav force, they were getting that from the same source. And they were, even though they were from different countries and they were born at different times, they still were pulling from that energy source, the Ayatollah and Trump. All right. But through that assassination attempt, there was a switch that took place that allowed for kind of like almost like a rebirth or a repentance that took place. You could tell that Trump changed after, I think it was Butler incident. Okay. So now he's positive Esau, repentant Esau, the head of Esau, not the body. Now the head of Esau is buried with the patriarchs. The body of Esau is left for the dogs. We are seeing, it makes sense that Trump is the president that knocks out the negative Esau. It couldn't have been Obama because Obama is aligned with Ishmael and Esau. He's more Ishmael.
We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Trump could order American forces
I love that last sentence. Thank you for the attention of this matter.
Israeli fight against Iran within the next 24 to 48 hours, according to a report by ABC News. President Trump had a call with Bibi Netanyahu after a classified Situation Room meeting about.
Now there are lots of people that hate Trump. There's lots of people that hate Netanyahu. But the thing is that it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what most people think. It's what is being blessed in the Kav that feeds their soul roots. That's what all that matters. Your opinion about things don't matter at all. My opinion of things don't matter at all. It's the Kav that matters. And there is an energy force that is feeding Trump. There's a blessing that's feeding Trump. And there's a blessing that's feeding Netanyahu. That doesn't mean that they're all good people. You can be blessed and be a bad person. But the thing is it's playing out major events that were written down 2,000 years ago. And so Netanyahu is Jacob. Trump is Esau. But repentant Esau that aligns with Jacob and Ishmael. Who's Ishmael? Who at the leadership level, when you look at it through the leadership lens, MBS.
Next steps, and the Vice President J.D. Vance has a message for people who can't believe President Trump would even think about joining this war. He is saying, I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have had civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. And of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy.
It's not just the idiotic foreign policy. It was under false pretenses. It was ushered in under false pretenses. And it didn't have the blessing. And because it didn't have the blessing, even though we had the firepower, it didn't work. Israel doesn't really have the firepower, but it's working.
There is a bulletin crossing the wires right now that says, this is citing Russian state news, that Vladimir Putin reiterates his readiness to mediate between Iran and Israel. We know the Iranians have been back-channeling to the U.S. that they do want.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our...
Want to talk soon. We don't yet know if President Trump would bless Vladimir Putin as the peacemaker. Back to you.
One of the problems, Peter, is that the Israeli-Russia relationship has really soured when weapons turned up with Hamas and Hezbollah in those systems, and they were not a supporter during this conflict since October 7th.
Absolutely. And the rest of the world does not look at Vladimir Putin as somebody who can bring peace. They look at him as an aggressor who started a war in Ukraine and won't end it, even though President Trump has been...
So the video that I'll play tomorrow will go into more detail, but when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge, some people say it was an apple. It wasn't an apple. It was either a date or actually a grain, right? That the Kabbalists think it's a grain. Okay, so either way, it wasn't an apple, but let's say a date or maybe a grain. But he ate from the tree of knowledge, not from the tree of life, and did the original sin, right? All right. When that happened, that created 8 different nations. 5 of those nations were part of the diaspora. The first one was Egypt, all right? And then you had, these other 4 that were part of this diaspora aspect to Jewish history, all right? Then the last 3 is the United States, Iran, and the last 3 of these nations. And it's not based on borders, it's based on the type of people, all right? So when these nations that were born out of the original sin, all right? So it's not just the United States, it's also part of the Western culture, Western civilization, as we would call it. So you have this Western civilization. You have the secular society in the secular society in Israel, and you also have Iran. These three are almost kind of like enemies, all right? But it gets more complicated within the Western culture because you have a part of it is Jacob and part of it is Esau, and they're battling each other, just like Israel's battling itself between secularism and a conservative way of life. So these are like elements that are trying to prevent this from happening. Now you can take a different type of lens instead of the Kabbalistic lens that I just described of the 8 nations to try to keep Satan alive. Because remember, Satan was the one that convinced Eve to eat from the tree of life, or eat from the tree of knowledge. And then eventually she convinced Adam to do it. But Satan's life force is dependent on these nations, these 8 nations that we'll go into more detail later. But so we're seeing the playing out of the last act of this, of these 3 nations, and how internally they're battling each other. They're battling, the society's battling itself. The United States is battling itself at a societal level. Are we going to have conservatism or ultra-liberalism? And that ultra-liberalism means the erosion of God, country, and family. Well, that doesn't sound like a good thing for the society. Even if you're not religious, you can understand and how sociologically that would be very bad. Economically and just behaviorally within the society. Well, something similar is happening in Israel. And Satan wants to convince I would call the ultra-liberal to try to maintain this struggle. So the Jacob side of the United States doesn't rise up, that the negative Esau stays. The same thing within Israel. All right, there is this convincing of the secular movement to not follow Torah. And by not following Torah, Satan stays alive and pushes out as far as he can the Messianic age, because in the Messianic age, Satan dies. So the farther he can push this out, then there's more energy to allow for Satan to stay alive. All right. So we're seeing this all play out. Now, the rabbi is going to be able to explain it way better than I just did. All right. But there is this choreographic play that's taking place in the last hours of this millennium. All right. As we inch closer to the 6,000th year, which is 215 years from now. All right.
To get them to end it for the last 150 days or so. And so it's very, very difficult. It almost seems like that's too easy. And that this is going to be something where third parties, fourth parties, Middle Eastern partners are the ones who are negotiating this to end it, no matter what happens.
My favorite part about this whole thing, Peter, is that the President Putin offered to the president to help negotiate this, to be a part of it. And the president's like, don't you have another war that you should be doing peace yourself?
Yeah. Well, maybe this is how Vladimir Putin finally gets that Nobel Peace Prize.
Right. Whether taking on the job site or your own.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 helps to prevent your red blood cells from overclotting. Omega-3 helps to bring down systemic inflammation, and omega-3 helps you to control your lipid profile. By controlling your lipid profile, you're reducing plaque formation. Super important to be taking. Clarity factor. Clarity factor you should be taking every day. to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate on tasks at work or at home or in school. Take it every day. Super important to drink it with filtered water and learn new things. And you want to improve that neuroplasticity. And by improving that neuroplasticity, you're going to be able to think faster and you're going to have better memory. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Clarity Factor. It helps support memory and gets rid of that brain fog. Make sure you filter your water. And resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades, all right? Resveratrol stacks really well with Clarity Factor, C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. Now, resveratrol will soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant and reduce stress in the cell, help the health of the mitochondria so you have more ATP. It'll help with youthful gene expression and get rid of cells that are in senescence. Take resveratrol every day. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And like I said, it stacks well with Clarity Factor, C60, ubiquinol, and NAD+. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
Holders of dollar debt. I mean, how much could they really absorb if you know, a bunch of global investors started to sell dollar and go to yen? It's just sort of it's sort of hard to imagine at this point. Certainly, though, I can imagine that some of that would sort of be absorbed in the Japan markets.
Any feeling coming out of the U.S. government about the dollar? I mean, President Trump says he'd like to, I guess, a weaker dollar to help with our manufacturing, sell stuff overseas and that type of stuff. Is that kind of a policy of the government, do you think?
You know, definitely not explicitly. So that's the first thing I would say is in no way have they been explicit about wanting a weaker dollar. If anything, Besson and mostly Besson, you know, will go out there, whether it's in interviews with Bloomberg, with other organizations, and say, we still have a strong dollar policy. What the market is basically hearing, though, is, I have to say this, but we don't really believe this. And that's because, you know, Trump, I think he told Business Week last August on the campaign trail, the strong dollar is hurting us. Like in the first term, Trump talked all the time about wanting a weaker dollar. So certainly not an explicit policy, but I think markets and traders basically, they hear Besson say we have a strong dollar, they don't believe him. That's sort of the sense. Yeah.
Really good stuff. I would definitely check it out. It was a great piece. Lots of great detail in that. Carter Johnson, Bloomberg News FX reporter on the Bloomberg Big Take. You can get that on Bloomberg.com/Big Take. You can also go ahead and check it out on the terminal as well. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Kevin Tealsley, founder and CEO of GEO Academies, to discuss how that organization is focused on breaking the cycle of poverty by providing access to exceptional, non-traditional educational opportunities to all families. Education, of course, always so important, and even more so now with the trauma related to private universities in terms of funding. So we will get his take on that. Looking forward to that. All right, taking a look at the markets. We are taking the S&P is just up by 0.4%, but volume quite light. This is Bloomberg.
What's going on in the news?
Common sense says, don't get weighed down by travel nonsense. Book what
Design you feel in every detail. Technology as innovative.
Joining us now is our former BED Vice Chair, Alan Blinder. Alan, good to have you. Tariffs going to be what one would imagine an important sort of focus, certainly in the press conference. Where do you stand in terms of the inflationary impact of tariffs, which we have yet to really see in any significance? Is it still coming?
I think it's still coming. I stand exactly where you are. That we haven't seen much from the tariffs yet. The tariffs have been announced, unannounced, announced, unannounced. I think at this point, nobody, certainly including me, knows where they're going to wind up. I'm talking about tariffs against our major trading partners.
I've been saying this from day one. Trump is a chaotic actor, and these economists have no idea how to model chaos. There's no way they know what they're talking about. Every single economist that's been out there that's predicting financial Armageddon because of what Trump is doing has been just flat out wrong.
China, Canada, the EU, you know, Trump made a mistake confusing the UK with the EU, but the EU is the big, quote, country. It's not a country, but I think the markets are actually paying too little attention, not that they know what's going to happen, and neither do I, to the oil situation.
Why?
I mean, who in the world knows what's going to happen with the current strife in the Middle East? Happen to the price of oil? I mean, happen in general, we don't know. But in particular, in the narrow economic sphere, what's going to happen to the price of oil? It could be a big nothing, or it could be a very big deal. And that's a huge uncertainty, rivaling the uncertainty over tariffs, maybe even larger.
Yeah, although our viewers are looking at a chart right now, I mean, it shows that oil still was higher than this only, not that many months ago, Alan. I mean, we have dealt with far higher oil prices without having that large an impact on the economy, it would seem.
Yeah, no, it's the speed of increase. We can deal with much higher oil prices in time, but if they shoot up because, suppose they close the Straits of Hormuz and oil shoots up over $100 a barrel in a very short period of time.
How long do you really think that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed? Especially when the air defense system is completely knocked out. I mean, the United States would open it up within 48 hours. Every single ship that would be part of that blockade from Iran would be sunk within 48 hours. I mean, just get fucking real. I mean, these people, they have no idea about the military hardware that we have out there. These people are idiots. They're just flat out dumb. I wish Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, because it would accelerate the destruction of the Ayatollah's regime. And not only that, oil will go up and then come radically back down when it's opened up again. So it's a great way to short it. But these people are clowns, just absolute clowns. Every single one of these economists have been wrong on dealing with Trump.
Shock to all the industrial economies. Hopefully it won't happen. But as we sit here today, who knows what's going to happen over there?
How tight is the Fed policy where it is right now?
I wouldn't call it very tight. I just saw the president on your network say Powell is so stupid he should cut interest rates 200 basis points.
250, yeah.
That suggests it's very, very tight. It's not very tight. Look, we're looking at a 2.5% inflation rate against a 4+ short-term interest rate. That's not a huge real interest rate. It's a little high, a little tight. That's where the Fed wants it, just a little bit tight. And as Powell has said ad infinitum, given the behavior of the economy, it is not sinking like a stone. It may not be sinking at all. The Fed can afford to watch and wait to see how these tariff and oil uncertainties develop.
But isn't there more evidence of the economy softening than inflation flaring?
Yeah, I don't see any evidence of inflation
But the thing is, honey, the unemployment rate is still below 5%. Natural unemployment based on standard economic theory is 5%. If you're below that, you may actually have a heated economy. And last time I looked, it was like at 4.2 or 4.3%. So you don't want to, you do not want to cut rates when you have high employment. You want to cut rates when it's low employment.
Flaring. You have to look forward to what the tariff increases as they phase in will do to prices. We've seen very little of that up to now. And as I just mentioned, you have to worry a little bit about oil. Maybe I just said a little bit. The market's worrying a little bit. I think I would be worrying a little bit more than that about the price of oil. Hopefully it'll be okay, but we don't know.
Finally, Alan, I wonder how much you're watching housing in particular this week. That NAHB number, third lowest since 2012. Residential.
And the thing is why is the future contract in August, all right, trading at 72.39, while the July contract, which is going to be expiring soon, all right, is trading at right now 74.05. So right now we have backwardation in the futures contract. The spot price is higher than the future price. Markets are telling you oil is going to go down, not up, in the future, and that's with just the rollover to the next month contract. Where else are you going to get insight other than my show? Don't worry, oil's going down.
Construction spending's negative year on year. We always say housing punches above its weight when it comes to GDP, but is that worth considering more?
Sure. I mean, look, that's one of the sectors the Fed, I remember this from my time at the Fed. This is nothing new. That's one of the sectors the Fed watches most closely. If you're working on interest rates, you're thinking about the interest sensitive sectors, and those are mostly housing and automobiles. So absolutely. But don't forget, as your question suggested, housing is ballpark 4% of the total economy. New spending on new housing is what I mean. Is something like 4% of GDP. Maybe it's, I haven't looked lately to know the decimal place, but it's not like the consumer, which is closer to 70% of GDP.
Alan, thank you. As always.
Pleasure.
Alan Blinder.
Advisors work to solve client questions about the future. Equitable helps answer how, with strategies that adapt to market twists and turns, applying industry-leading innovative thinking. Together, let's plan how.
Use Kayak's Explore tool to see just how far your budget can take you. Reykjavik.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the B complex. The vitamin B complex is very important to take if you're age 40 years or older. Why? Because the first 4 B vitamins are really important for your mitochondria. And when you get older, your mitochondria sucks. So you want to improve your mitochondria. So vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins are going to help to rev up the health of that mitochondria. Your ATP is going to go up. You're going to have more energy. Your cellular metabolism is going to improve with vitamin B complex, and vitamin B complex also helps to protect your neurons. Super important when you get older. Another set of supplements that will stack well with the vitamin B complex to help with your neurons is ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Most people that take CoQ10, guess what? You're taking the wrong type. Ubiquinol, again, the most bioavailable form. You can't get anything better than this. There's nothing out there better than this for CoQ10. So get the ubiquinol, take it every day. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to reduce stress in the cell and also in your neurons. It's going to help with the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more ATP, and it'll protect neurons. Super important, especially if you're age 40 or older. NAD plus is a supplement that's going to boost up your NAD plus levels. That will increase your energy, help to repair DNA damage, and to protect neurons. So stack NAD plus with the ubiquinol, with the vitamin B complex, protect those neurons. Super important. You're going to start noticing within 5 to 10 years, your community, your family members or your friends or whatever, you're going to start noticing cognitive decline, gait issues, memory problems, right? So you better start preparing. You better start like trying to mitigate these things the best that you can, because it's coming. It's coming. 5 to 10 years, and a lot of people are going to have problems. A lot of people. Now you can mitigate it, but if you don't listen, you're going to have problems.
A tragic chapter of Ireland's past is being unearthed at a former institution for unwed mothers.
Self-denial and mortification of the flesh.
Ireland's mother and baby. By films like 2013's Philomena.
Their suffering was atonement for their sins.
One of the mothers was 14 years old.
9 years after human remains were first found there, preparations for excavating a mass burial site at one of those homes have finally begun. It's believed the remains of nearly 800 newborns and toddlers lie there, dumped in a disused sewage tank. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The new Trump mobile service, which is touting American-made smartphones, one of them gold, has taken down its coverage map after someone realized it included the Gulf of Mexico. Trump, of course, calls it the Gulf of America. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Washington turns its attention to the Fed. Welcome to the Wednesday edition on this Fed Day, with President Trump calling Chair Jay Powell stupid before he even announces his decision on rates. All the while, the world is still waiting for a decision on whether the U.S. will join Israel's attacks against Iran offensively. We're going to get the latest on all this from Bloomberg White House correspondent Kate Sullivan with insights on military operations. In an important conversation ahead with Dr. Rebecca Grant at the Lexington Institute, we have analysis from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the duration. Wall Street's on the rise, and we start there right now with Charlie Pellet. He's got his update on the markets for us to start things off in New York. Charlie, how we doing?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. A lot of green on the screen. Indeed, just under 2 hours to go until we get that FOMC decision. Count on Bloomberg for the very first word when it drops 2 p.m. Wall Street time. Right now, stocks higher across the board. Stocks are gaining after President Trump said Iran has reached out about the possibility of negotiations, bolstering hopes Tehran's conflict with Israel will de-escalate. Oil erased gains. Right now, we got West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, but the stock's higher. Right to the numbers here with the S&P up 22, back above 6,000. The S&P at 6,004, up 0.4%. The Dow up 144. That is a gain of 0.3%. And NASDAQ up 100 points now, up 0.5%. Bottom line here, off session highs, but still gains ahead of the Fed decision. 10-year 4.34%. The 2-year 3.91%. Gold little changed, up 0.1%. 33.91 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude, as I mentioned, 73.78 a barrel, down 1.4%. The Fed will make its June decision, 2 p.m. Wall Street time. Policymakers widely expected to keep rates on hold for a fourth straight meeting, but former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard says his colleagues could make changes to their Summary of Economic Projections, or SEP.
This will be the first SEP post April 2nd, and so I think it will be a more stagflationary SEP, and I think markets are already anticipating that, but there is some room there for surprise depending on where that goes. And so I think during the chair's press conference, he'll want to be talking about the SEP.
And, of course, the news conference, 2:30 p.m. Wall Street time. Texas Instruments touting plans to spend more than $60 billion on semiconductor plants in the United States. Right now, we've got shares of Texas Instruments up by about 0.7%. And Intel has named a new engineering leadership as part of a turnaround effort under CEO Lip-Bu Tan. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 22, up by about 0.4%. And balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you, sir. Good to see Charlie Pellet as ever. The Wednesday edition of Balance of Power, off and running here live from Washington. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew in the nation's capital here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. On YouTube, where you can see us now, search Bloomberg Business News Live, and on Bloomberg Originals as we bring it all together on what is day 6 now. If you can imagine how much our world has changed since last Thursday. Day 6 of fighting between Israel and Iran. No unconditional surrender by Tehran as demanded by the president yesterday. And so we're still in this state of limbo here, floating a couple of feet above the ground, waiting for news from the White House. And the president was certainly asked about it. He found him on the South Lawn a little while ago with a group of workers who were there to install a flagpole. They actually held an event around the flagpole. The president was asked about whether the U.S. will join Israel offensively in its war against Iran. Here's what he said.
I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. I can tell you this, that Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate. And I said, why didn't you negotiate with me before? All this death and destruction. Why didn't you negotiate? I said to the people, why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine.
You could have done fine, he says. Now Iran's got a lot of trouble. Trying to not show his cards on this, having spent a good deal of time in the Situation Room yesterday with his national security team. And as I mentioned, the world waiting for a decision here. Whether we hear or see from him again today, of course, has yet to be seen. And whether we get news on Truth Social, all the same. This is big stuff. And Kate Sullivan is covering it for us here from her perch at Bloomberg. White House correspondent Kate, it's great to have you back. The president's demeanor today was interesting. He seemed kind of tired. He had the hat on. Sometimes, I don't know if it's a bad hair day or whatever, but he looked like...
Always got the hat on, yeah. Different hats,
white
too.
MAGA hat today.
Yeah.
Group of workers behind him. And he spent as much time turning to talk to them, kind of riffing with them as he was with the press. Is this a moment of indecision for this president?
It could be. You know, I think what you heard there, I mean, the I may do it, I may not do it. Nobody knows what I'm going to do. How about that? I mean... Clearly, no clarity there. One thing that I took away from that exchange too was the door is still cracked open for negotiations. And he said, you know, we may meet, and said that the Iranians wanted to, or suggested that they come to the White House.
That's kind of news, right?
That is news. And, you know, very unclear whether that's actually going to happen. I think, you know, Witkoff has been leading these discussions with the Iranians. I think that could be a more likely scenario that Witkoff meets with them. But, you know, at this point, there are reports that Trump is leaning towards a military strike. It's also possible that, you know, once again, we're seeing Trump deploy the same kind of tactic here and making these very public aggressive threats, but that it's really, what he wants is it to pressure Iranians to come to the table to negotiate. Now, so we don't actually know which one of those it is, or if it's a combination, or if there, are intentions to strike. I think we're still going to have to stay tuned and see what he says.
By design, which I understand, he was kind of laughing at reporters. I'm not going to tell you here what I'm going to do.
Right,
And of course,
like, I'll give you the coordinates.
Let you know what time.
Yeah.
But how is he actually spending his time? We know he was in the Situation Room yesterday. Is he surrounding himself with advisors right now? Is he making calls to other world leaders? Or is it a combination thereof?
He is, yes. He said that he's in constant touch with Israel's prime minister. He also said that he spoke to Putin yesterday. So he's definitely surrounded by, top national security officials, and he's making calls to world leaders. He has also, one thing that I think is really interesting is seeing, some of these people he's calling, not all of his allies and supporters are really on board with what he's talking about doing here. I think we're seeing a really big clash and tension within the Republican Party on this. I mean, I'm sure you saw this clip that's going viral of Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. And, I think that really shows where people are right now on this. The Senator Ted Cruz is for military intervention, and Tucker Carlson was saying, was sort of grilling him, and Tucker Carlson is not for it, and saying, you can't answer these basic questions about Iran's population, the ethnic makeup, and yet you're talking about, military intervention.
You want to
here.
hear it?
So,
we actually have.
sure.
Clip.
Yeah, we can play.
I guess this whole podcast hasn't dropped yet, or whatever we call the show.
Right.
This is a really important moment, which is why we isolated this as well, to watch the unraveling here. The argument with inside MAGA crystallized in this conversation between Tucker Carlson.
Big part of MAGA is pacifist.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population at all.
90.
No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah. How could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia.
This just got worse as it went. I mean, that is a moment. As somebody who's had a chance to interview Senator Ted Cruz a couple of times, I've never imagined a conversation like that. Is he finding himself on the outs with MAGA? Where does the line fall between Steve Bannon and Ted Cruz?
Right. I think we're figuring that out right now. It's really interesting how this is playing out. And, I covered every single Trump rally. I went to every single Trump rally. And so
exactly what I was saying earlier. Within the United States, there is going to be a battle. And it's that Esau part of the United States, not willing to help Jacob. And if it takes hold, the United States will lose. Now, part of that Esau that's in the soul root of the United States, some of it is ultra liberal, some of it's MAGA. But the thing is that if that soul root takes hold, the United States is done. It's done. It's done. You can't be a pacifist in this situation.
There are people who support the president, are big fans of the president, and they're watching this play out and thinking, this is not what I voted for. This is not what I thought he was going to do, and this isn't really in line with what he said he was going to do. And so I think we're testing. I think Trump is testing the waters here, and there are definitely conflicting Republican and MAGA points of view here, kind of bubbling up.
Well, he seems to be thinking, or the analysis around the White House here, whomever's leaking at the moment, seems to think that there might be maybe a delineation between an isolated couple of strikes against some underground bunkers, and then we're done. Does MAGA see it that way, or we don't have an answer on that yet?
It's a great question. I guess we don't know. I think there are some people who, the Steve Bannons and Tucker Carlsons, who say, let's just not get involved at all, because, it can be a slippery slope,
And what if we don't get involved and Iran in 12 weeks gets a nuclear weapon and Now it changes the whole dynamic, and there's an arms race for more nuclear weapon proliferation between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Then what do, MAGA? The pacifists. See, every major war, we had pacifists during the Revolution, we had pacifists during the Civil War, we had pacifists during World War I and World War II. We've always had pacifists, and usually they're wrong. Usually they're wrong. Now, in contemporary times, because of the issues that we had with 9/11 and the stand down and the fiasco in the Middle East, it's been a problem, and we shouldn't have gone in. But the thing is that there is an existential threat, not just on Israel. There's an existential threat on the world with Esau getting a nuclear weapon. Now we're talking about the negative soul root of Esau. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon, period. And if the pacifists within the MAGA movement can't see that, then they are the problem.
Great to see you. Thank you so much. Kate Sullivan, Bloomberg. Why?
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night Formula. This Good Night Formula will allow you to get the proper sleep that you need in the cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to detoxify your body, to be well rested, and to consolidate memory. Super important. This has GABA, passion flower, tryptophan, and melatonin. So take it every day, take it at night, and be well rested. And with good, proper sleep on a regular basis, you're actually going to slow down the aging process. Digestive enzyme complex is very important to take to reduce the load on your pancreas. And the digestive enzyme complex is going to help you break up those carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins so you can absorb those nutrients better and just less load on that digestive tract. This has bromelain in it, which is fibrinolytic, which is super important to break up clots. And digestive enzyme complex has proteolytic enzymes that break up glycoproteins. And I told you back in 2020 to take digestive enzyme complex. Now, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Because it breaks up clots and breaks up glycoproteins. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Get the toothpaste. It's a structural nano silver toothpaste with no fluoride. It'll help to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum line. And with good oral hygiene, you're helping your vascular and your valves. Your valvular system and your vascular system. So it's super important to have good oral hygiene. This has no fluoride in it. Please go to my store, get the toothpaste. It's very high quality. Get a few tubes for your household. And get other items on my store. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And it's really important to detoxify your body. Make sure that you clean your house. Get chemicals out of the cupboards and out of the closets and the basement and the garage that you don't need. Cleaning supplies, if you absolutely have to have them, or paints, make sure that you have them triple layered so you don't have degassing. Because a lot of people don't realize you're breathing in this stuff on a regular basis that are endocrine disruptors that inhibit your immune system too. So you want to stay away from these chemicals. So just clean the environment. Your house, drink filtered water, and stay away from processed foods. And also detoxify your body. Now you can detoxify your body with zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. Once it binds, it'll allow you to urinate it out within 6 to 8 hours. Take it every day. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink filtered water. Do that every day. And voila, you've detoxified your body. Now, if you want a heavier detox, then what you do is you do about 5 drops, small drops, or 10 drops, small drops underneath your tongue, and then drink the filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle's done, and do that once or twice a year. But I recommend that you do it every day with just 2 or 3 drops. Drink filtered water And clean your environment, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods. And you're going to notice that your body is just getting healthier. Why? Because you're reducing that endocrine disruption. You're reducing that disruption with the immune system. All right. So please go to my store and get the zeolite. Again, use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 108, up 0.6%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares now surging by 1.1%. The 10-year 4.35%, the 2-year 3.91%. Gold at $33.90 the ounce, up just under 0.1%, and a retreat for crude down 1.1%, 74 even a barrel on WTI. President Trump, meanwhile, says Iran has reached out about the possibility of negotiations, bolstering hopes Tehran's conflict with Israel will de-escalate. The Fed is expected to leave rates unchanged, but may pencil in 2 rate cuts this year, with some economists predicting only 1 rate cut. New U.S. residential construction declined in May to the slowest pace since the onset of the pandemic. Among home builders today, we are looking at shares, for the most part, higher today. Lennar up by 0.1%. KB Home up 1.6%. Toll Brothers up by 1%. Again, recapping, Fed Wednesday ahead of the decision. We've got the S&P up 22, up by 0.4%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host is Joe Mann.
All right, Charlie, many thanks. On this Fed Day, we have Charlie Pellet standing on that wall, and he'll be with us as we walk up to and come out of our special Fed coverage, just to set the baseline on where the markets are before we hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell. We'll, of course, bring you the news conference live. Our special coverage starts right at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, about an hour from now, as we hand things back to World Headquarters in New York. Michael McKee, I talked to him a little while ago in the newsroom, is on his way over as we speak, and will be at the Fed to ask the tough questions of Jay Powell. He must be sitting around trying to figure out, how do we do this again, right? It's the same conversation at every meeting. Just ask Donald Trump. And surely he'll be asked about Donald Trump's insults this morning. He called the Fed chair stupid multiple times and suggested that Jay Powell hates him, said he was political. As we remind everyone that Jay Powell is a Republican who was appointed by Donald Trump. Zachary Cohen at CNN is reporting that there's another carrier strike group that's being deployed. Jerry Ford is on its way. The USS Ford expected to be deployed to Europe next week near the Middle East, putting a 3rd aircraft carrier in close proximity as he writes to the conflict between Israel and Iran. Sources talking to CNN about this. We are throwing a lot of equipment at this region. Pretty remarkable. More than 24, as we told you, air-to-air tankers already in the theater. We've got the USS Nimitz, the 2nd carrier strike group, already steaming its way. Massive numbers of fighter aircraft are on the ground. B-2 bombers are at least positioned. They can fly all the way around the world with air-to-air refuelers, do a 30-hour mission, come back home, sleep in their own beds in the Midwest. It's pretty remarkable stuff. And all of this, of course, is based around the big question of what Donald Trump is going to do. What are we really preparing for here? Are we going to join Israel's effort against Iran offensively, militarily? American B-2s with American pilots dropping American bombs. As we continue to hear, those would be required to break through the likes of Fordo and the other underground installations. We spent a lot of time talking about this week, and I'd like to just move the conversation a little bit away from this toward the other options. The president is not only looking at this one option. When he's in the Situation Room with his national security team, they are unloading a buffet, a menu of options that the president can use here. That's what we wanted to talk to Rebecca Grant about. She understands the nuances of this better than anybody. From her perch at the Lexington Institute, where she is vice president, Dr. Rebecca Grant, welcome back to Bloomberg. It's great to have you here at this sensitive moment. We've talked a lot about the potential for this happening, and here we are now. And I wonder your thoughts on some of the alternate plans that the president is hearing about. For instance, knocking out power to Fordo, letting the centrifuges spin out of control, What else is he hearing from his team today?
I think President Trump is evaluating a big range of options, but make no mistake, the main thing on the menu here is U.S. air power, probably in the form of very precise B-2 bomber strikes. So this is not a ground operation. This is not a major war with Iran. This is very precise, detailed impacts perhaps on Iran's nuclear weapons capability. And as you suggest, always have to add into that cyber activity, maybe a possibility of Israeli special forces action on the ground, who knows, but they have air superiority there. But really, Joe, we're down, I think, at this point to the weaponeering. So people are coming in to brief Donald Trump saying, if we put this bomb on this aim point this many times, here is the expected damage. Their goal to make sure that Iran a nuclear bomb and can never reconstitute that capability.
Interesting. Are there other half measures? And if that sort of saboteur's approach to knocking out power, for instance, or a cyber attack, would that also be part of an air campaign? I don't know where this power is coming from at a site like Fordo or at Natanz. How would that be accomplished?
Well, it could be. And what the whole thing tells us is, you know, again, this is not a big regime change air campaign. This is very specifically focused on ruining high-level, complicated machinery that Iran uses. That can be done by having that machinery break. That was done with the computer virus several years ago in one of Iran's facilities. It can be done by denying power, or the sort of get a bomb through those levels of dirt and concrete and make enough rubble and disruption of the whole thing. So I think there will be a cyber component to this unquestionably. I think the question now for President Trump is, would putting a few bunker busters or heavy bombs from the U.S. into that target set, what are the weaponeering effects? Is it going to accomplish what he wants? And is this the right moment to make that strike? There's probably never been a better moment with Iran's air defenses peeled back the way they are.
Well, this is what we keep hearing from those who support the idea. Doctor, we heard from the director of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, was talking to Bloomberg earlier today about some of the potential changes that could happen on the ground while we're in the midst of, what is this now, day 6, and whether in fact Iran is capable of moving some of this material that we would be attacking. Let's listen to what he said.
In principle, it is there, it is stored there. As you can imagine, at a time of war, all nuclear sites are closed. So our inspectors who are still, I must say, still in Iran, although they are in a protected place, as you can imagine, but they are not inspecting. No inspection, normal activity can take place. We assume we have not seen anything that would suggest that the stockpile has been moved.
Okay, if you had any trouble hearing him, he's telling us that the inspectors are still in the country, but of course they're not at the nuclear sites. They are closed right now. Doctor, do we have eyes via satellites on any potential movement of stockpiles inside Iran?
Oh yes, we have so many eyes. You know, satellites, aircraft. You know, the Air Force has a particular aircraft that can sniff nuclear radiation in the atmosphere. I have to say, I think Rafael Grossi has really worked hard, not only in Iran, but in Ukraine as well. And at some point, it does come down to inspectors from the IAEA, the UN, saying, yep, you know, the stuff's been moved, or there is no nuclear program left, or here's the damage that's been caused. No, I think he's talking specifically about if Iran agreed to move out the highly enriched uranium and maybe some machinery. You know, the Russians have offered to take it. Who knows? How would that take place at this point? But, you know, we'd have to see some sincerity from Iran. To me, that would perhaps start with no more Iranian missile attacks on Israel. But this is all something that President Trump has the intelligence assets to be able to evaluate if Iran is serious or if they're still running around trying to launch missiles.
Well, just as you say that, Rebecca, like clockwork, headline crosses the terminal, the IDF telling us that it has identified the launch of another round of missiles toward Israel. So this continues at this moment. I spoke with Ron Dermer a couple of days ago here, Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, and he pointed to American pilots flying aircraft as part of this operation defensively, as we saw last year, firing interceptor missiles at ballistic missiles shot by Iran. What would happen if one of them was shot down?
They have a search and rescue plan in place. It's not easy to execute, but we have extracted people. Believe me, these pilots don't fly without at least a plan for combat search and rescue. Remember, a lot of this is taking place over Iraqi airspace, Jordanian airspace. And yes, we are very involved defensively, from Space Force watching the Iranian missile flares and passing that warning along, to our carrier and land-based pilots who are, I believe, looking for drones to shoot down. And then, of course, our Navy that has already done some exo-atmospheric ballistic missile intercepts against Iranian missiles. So we are in there defensively. It's a hugely important part of containing Iran. Second aircraft carrier, getting close to nearly 50,000 American forces deployed there as we try to contain and denuclearize Iran.
And another boat with 5,000 sailors on the way. You know, it's remarkable to see the way Israel used drones. You mentioned drone technology in the initial attack, not unlike the way Ukraine planted them behind enemy lines in Russia. We saw that take place with Mossad agents planting drones inside Iran, and they were launched remotely. This is something that we've talked about a lot, the changing sort of dynamic when it comes to the most effective weapons platforms, what we should be buying, procurement reform. And there's an argument here about whether we should be buying a lot of cheap drones to do this or putting very expensive modern fighter planes in the air with actual live people inside them. Rebecca Grant, you've made the case that you need to have actual manned aircraft to get this job done.
Hey, drones are great. We need a lot of them, and the U.S. has used them since the Gulf War to attack enemy air defense systems. But Operation Rising Lion proves again that you need manned fighters carrying heavy ordnance with really smart air crews responding to orders. That's what Israel has used over and over. We've seen manned fighters deployed on the carriers, a new wave of fighters, air crews and the tankers doing that. So, hey, manned aircraft are very important. They will be in any scenario, including facing China in the Pacific. So, hey, a big lesson here is we have got to restock our manned air power. Air Force F-47, get the Navy its secret carrier plane that they're about to decide on. We need all of that to team with those drones.
Is this the end of the Tomcat? Did we blow up all the F-14s left? This is what all the Top Gun kids want to know. What happened to the Tomcats, Rebecca? Are they gone?
We've seen at least a few. They weren't in very good condition. That dates back to when we were friends with Iran and they flew the F-14s. We saw at least one blown up. Yeah. I think they are not in a flyable status.
No sign of Tom Cruise behind enemy lines. Dr. Rebecca Grant.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen is a multi-purpose supplement. It's going to help with your skin, your nails, your hair, your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bone density. Please go to my store and get the collagen. It has a typical amino acid profile shown on the screen here. You can also read the label on my website. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Take 1 scoop a day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk, but take it once a day. Very important. Do resistance training on top of that, and that's going to improve your musculature and your bone density and help with your joint health. So please go to my store and get the collagen. Very important to take every day. And also get the gel. The gel you can get in the tube form or in the quick dispenser form. And this gel is dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, you can put it on that abrasion or cut, and it'll help to heal it quicker. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears, around your eyes. Lightly coat your nostrils. Stays active for 5.5 hours. So please go to my store. Make sure you get some of this gel. Be prepared. You never know when you need it. And take a look at the skincare box that I have, an anti-aging skincare box. I have a beginner's one and an advanced one. The beginners has the collagen, vitamin C, and the gel. The gel's for the topical health of the skin. The collagen and the vitamin C cross-links when you drink filtered water. Drink about 32 to 64 ounces of filtered water a day. And that will cross-link and help with the dermal layer. Now, with the advanced box, you get everything in the beginner's box, but you get 2 other supplements. That's the C60 and the resveratrol. And they help with the basal layer, improving the basal layer, and that's where your skin starts to rejuvenate and move up in the concentration of keratin. You have different layers of skin, and it all comes from the basal layer. So the C60 and the resveratrol is helping with the basal layer. The collagen and the vitamin C with magnesium is helping the dermal layer, and the gel is helping the topical layer. So it's a great way to improve your skin. And take a look at the anti-aging skincare boxes that I have, either the beginners or the advanced. So please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's see what else is going on in the news here. Let's play the hill about Tucker Carlson.
Luca Fallone's linen baseball cap is the epitome of understated refinement. Crafted in Italy from breathable...
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that? What's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay.
It's not even, you don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the
you're
overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
Tucker Carlson duking it out with Senator Ted Cruz on his show. The former Fox News host slammed Cruz for alleged ignorance about Iran. Cruz and many in Congress are backing Israel in their campaign against this longtime enemy.
It's a little unclear just how involved U.S. troops already are. Trump on Tuesday seemingly implying a joint operation, posting this on Truth Social. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. And following it up minutes later saying, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding, and continuing, we are not going to take him out, at least not for now. We don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin.
Carlson pressed Ted Cruz on how involved the U.S. was, and he gave a similarly unclear response. Let's take a listen.
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
Israel.
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
No one is better at this than Tucker Carlson.
So good at being performative.
Eviscerating Ted Cruz. And I will in fairness say, sometimes these questions can be a little bit of, like you can prepare for an interview, you can read the Wikipedia page on Iran beforehand and be really ready to get, oh really? Well, how, name the 17 provinces. So I get that. On the other hand, I think the onus is on Ted Cruz, who is advocating the overthrow of the government of Iran, to evince that he understands. And it's not specific to Ted Cruz. It's not that he's unique in this circumstance. Many of our elected Republicans want to do this. It would inspire greater confidence that they know what's coming next and who's going to be on what side. Yep. I mean, this is relevant because when we got into Iraq, we were told they were going to, remember, they'll greet us as liberators. Well, that didn't quite happen, did it? Because there wasn't an understanding of the unique regional issues at play. What people said on the non-interventionists left and right at that time ended up being correct. If you do this, you don't know what you're about to create. It's going to destabilize the region, and you're going to end up with an emboldening of terrorist groups, people who really do want to kill Americans and inspire attacks on Americans at home. That's going to be the result. The people who said that were completely right. So it's your burden, Ted Cruz, to explain why they're wrong this time. And if you can't even, he doesn't have to give me the exact population of Iran.
What's the weather there right now?
Ballpark it for us. convince us that you understand. And he utterly failed at that. And I think Tucker actually does know more about Iran than he seems to.
When I watched that, because they posted it last night, when I watched it, I thought it reminded me so much of the scene where Gabe is interviewing Andy to be office manager on The Office. And he's like, how far is the sun from the Earth? How big is it? Andy knows the answers. But it's like, you're right. There's like a vaguely unfair piece to that. Tell me 10 things about Iran right now. At the same time, the onus to know about the country, and you don't have to know everything, right? But the onus is on the people who are saying, let's go in there and destabilize.
Because you hope he's getting briefings about it right now.
Well,
I hope he has a staff of foreign policy experts who should be telling him this is the situation in Iran so they can make sound judgments. And also, Ted Cruz is known for being one of the more rhetorically gifted members of the Republican Party. He's a great debater. I've seen him do debates. He did a debate with Bernie Sanders on health care, on Obamacare years ago. That was really good. He's smart. He's smart. He's a good debater. So that does not inspire confidence for the hawkish position.
No, and what he tried to do, and like, I'm not the world's biggest Tucker fan. I don't hate him, but like, Tucker is right in this situation. I mean, is Tucker totally over to the top and theatrical? The like, the leading and the doing the like, yes, of course he's being theatrical. He's a performer at some level.
I've learned a lot from him.
But I mean, he is really the like, you don't know that? The like feigned outrage. But he's not wrong either, right? Like, I do think that, because you see, Ted Cruz, he does the political thing where he's like, you don't know anything about Iran. It's like, no, I mean, like, it's important, I think, to have this conversation because I keep going back to it. But like, you mentioned this, go back to the early 2000s in Iraq. Go back to the fact that we did rush legislatively, congressionally, we did sort of rush into it. And anyone who was like...
Although it looks well thought out compared to what we're seeing right now.
But anyone...
We consulted other nations. We had Congress discuss it. And that got described as this kind of lunatic one-man show by George W. Bush. Compare that to this.
Yes. And I do think the danger there, though, it's those who don't remember history are doomed to repeat it, right? That I remember the debate that, you're right, there at least was a debate. But the debate that went on was, this is America, we need...
Sirens sound in Tel Aviv. All right, right now. So let's just listen in to see with Bloomberg. It looks like there's going to be a missile attack again.
And he made that clear once again to reporters. I don't suspect other information.
I'm going to go to
But as we see the
02.
third U.S. Carrier going into the region, because they're planning to use it, or as a is between that and some of the heightened rhetoric, a lot of people suspect.
All right, I'll watch some of the other feeds to see if anything breaks.
Around the flag. And there were the Bernie Sanderses of the world saying like, wait, like, I don't hate America or anything, but should this be what we're doing? Because exactly what you pointed out, Robbie, which is what comes after this. And it's like, everyone should go back, and I know they won't do this, but go back and watch some of that debate and what was said by the establishment who used the flag and used patriotism, said this is the right thing to do, and then what we have learned in the 20 years that followed it. Because, again, I don't think Tucker is wrong. I think if we are going to go in there and at least potentially, we're going to involve ourselves militarily if we do that, and at least potentially create that this becomes a broader conflict. I'm not saying it will, but it could. Even if we just try to replace Iran's leadership. That's not an insignificant thing. That is something that we should think hard about before we do and have a public debate about. I do not think it should be a thing that the president just says like, and this is whether it was Kamala Harris in office or Donald Trump in office or Joe Biden.
And I don't believe, by the way, that the policy would be noticeably different if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris
certainly not if it was Joe Biden.
Not Joe Biden.
I don't know Harris's foreign policy well.
I don't quite know either, but she didn't really articulate she didn't articulate any clear differences with her boss, Joe Biden.
She said she would do nothing different.
Right. I would see them getting roped into this by Israel to just the same extent. And look, I get it's not the same country as Iraq. No. It's a different place. Maybe the circumstances are different. Iran was a more advanced society at the time the Islamic extremists took over somewhat unexpectedly due to the unpopularity of the monarchy.
Not just that, Iran is the secular population is I mean, there's a large educated population there. They are waiting for democracy to flourish. It's just that they're held down by a theocratic regime. It's a totally different game in Iran compared to Iraq. But not just that. It's about blessing. It's the right time. The United States, when they were trying to do nation building post 9/11, we didn't have the blessing and we lost. Because we went in there with false pretenses. This is not false pretenses. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It changes the dynamics so much in the Middle East. You just cannot have it, period.
And it was a coalition of lefty revolutionaries too, and then the Islamic extremists won out. But if we're just going to go in there and kill the Islamic extremists that are in charge right now, and then it's just going to be other Islamic extremists, probably, or is it going to be? Will this make a country that is closer in proximity to Russia and China than it is to the U.S.?
It's the educated elite that's
other
going to rise
hostile
up.
foreign powers get even more power over that government. I mean, we don't want to really be fighting them halfway across the globe for control over this country. Are these questions being considered right now? Where are they being considered? Can Ted Cruz talk about that? Again, he's a smart person. I don't have anything specifically against him, but we're really seeing a difference that we've explored a little bit on the show today between even on the right, an establishment conservative media, establishment conservative officials, and an independent podcasting alternative media personality empire represented by Tucker Carlson and others that is just way more skeptical of this than they are. And the last thing I'll say on this, but Donald Trump is correctly credited as having won this election in part because of how he used the podcasting network, appearing on podcasting, this new media ecosystem that appeals particularly to young men and has brought them over to the Trump fold, very successful in that regard. He should listen to the fact that every personality in this environment, maybe not literally everyone, but this environment is far more against this than the more establishment talking head conservative figures. That is where the ecosystem is. So he is in some ways going against, if not his base, the media apparatus that helped bring him back to power. And I think he should think through why that is the case. Why are they all leaning this way and I'm going against them on this one? Because usually his instincts to not go against those kinds of people are smart and better than anyone else in the Republican Party. And I think he needs to, there's a long way of saying, on this one, I think he needs to listen a little bit more closely to Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan to do a bellwether for him.
One last point that I was thinking of when you were talking is Trump, when he ran the first time, 2015, 2016, he was really, even in the general election at some level, he was really running against the old Republican establishment, right? The Bushes, he attacked George W. Bush and Jeb Bush. I know Jeb was running, but as much as he attacked Barack Obama. And that sentiment, which was Trump understood the disconnect between the Republican leadership, especially in Washington, and what the base of the party wanted. That chasm had been growing, and he channeled that. And it does feel to me like he is and he's, to your point, he's always been good at that. He's always been, he has sort of this innate understanding of kind of what that base wants versus what the McConnells of the world want, for lack of a better word. And this is, look, Mitch McConnell is going to be in favor of this, right? The foreign policy Republican establishment, hawkish, is going to be in favor of this. And Trump has almost always expressly run as someone who thinks those people don't get it, which is very interesting to me that he appears to kind of be, if we had to do a pie chart, if we did the New York Times needle, right, it would be more over toward kind of a strike in Iran than it would be we're not getting involved.
Yes.
It's very different things approaching. Just to echo your point. I thought it was great.
All right, we've got a lot more to talk about today on Rising. Stay tuned.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, brings down inflammation, and soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. This is a high-density protein. It's in a powdered form. You take it every day. You mix it with filtered water, a smoothie, soft foods, or even with milk, but take it every day. And by bringing down that inflammation and detoxifying your body will slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Now, let's talk about how to improve your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Taking lignans, it's a powder. You get a small scooper in here, just mix it with filtered water. Take it every day, and it'll bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. That's really important to help with your mitochondrial health and to reduce stress in the cell. You'll have more energy. And this will help to boost up your immune system and help with your endocrine system. Now, turmeric is also an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals, help with the health of your mitochondria. But it will also bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines. So it's improving your immune system. And when you're bringing down vascular inflammation, you're reducing plaque buildup. Ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. Very important. And when you stack ashwagandha with the turmeric and with the lignans together, it's a very powerful stack to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift till supplies last.
About America first. We have to make America great. And yet on the same sort of definition of and support for going into Iran that George W. Bush gave for going into Iraq, and every president has given before and since, has been, I will use military troops when it is in America's interest. Now, that may be absolutely right for the president to say, but it totally contradicts what Donald Trump said and promised his foreign policy was going to be. And he's going to hope that he can hold this base together. But it is something, along with immigration and several other issues right now, where for the first time we are hearing a fissure in the MAGA base. And it is not quiet. It is quite public and it is quite loud. And people like Tucker Carlson are getting a lot of attention for pushing back against the president.
Well, he's certainly making the noise. To Rick's point, it's hard to tell how much of the Republican Party or the conservative movement this reflects here. Rick, I started this conversation by asking Jeannie how much time Donald Trump has to make this decision. Do you have a take on that?
Yeah, I'm sure it's being informed by the strategy that is really the dominant theme here, and that's what does Israel want to accomplish and when do they want to accomplish it? They're on the fast track, right? They know that the longer these strikes last, the more risk they have to their own citizens, and the more the world community tends to turn against them. So they want to wrap this up as quick as they can. They've already been very clear, we're going to pound away at Iran till we've accomplished our goals. And one of those goals is to knock out the capability of the Iran regime to be able to, basically build a bomb. And they need us for that. So the sooner they get us to respond in kind, the more they are able to take their foot off the accelerator.
The wait continues with the help of Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. We're also counting down to a Fed decision with special coverage set to begin here on Bloomberg in about a half hour. Stay with us for hour 2 of Balance of Power. Congressman Mike Lawler from New York is going to join us. You don't want to go away on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the elderberry zinc. The elderberry zinc is lozenges that are in a 21 count. Take them right when you have an irritation in your throat. Very important to mitigate any type of irritation you might be getting throughout the different seasons during the year. And by doing that, you're improving that mucosal barrier and maintaining the health of the epithelial lining in your oral cavity and in your oral pharynx. Really important. You can also get the drops. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in blueberry, honey and lemon, and in cherry flavor. Get a few bags for your household or for work. You never know when you need them. It's very important. Right when you get that irritation, take it right away. Very important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lozenges or the drops. Olive leaf extract is a dual purpose supplement. It'll help to bring down inflammation and help you to control your lipid profile. So that's going to help by improving your lipid profile. You're going to reduce plaque buildup. And by bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. And vitamin D3 and K2 work together. All right, vitamin D3 and K2 can absorb calcium. You increase the efficacy of vitamin D3 if you also take magnesium. You can get that from my store. But taking the D3 and the K2 will absorb calcium. And by doing resistance training, that's going to help you build bone density. Super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Building more muscle and denser bone is super important into your geriatric years. So it's part of an anti-aging protocol. Now, D3 also is a gene expression cofactor and helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. When you take the D3 and the K2 together, it also slowly pulls some of that calcium depositing around plaque and reduces the chances of further calcium depositing around plaque. So it's very important for your cardiovascular health too. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift till supplies last.
We're live from the nation's capital with a lot of questions to answer today. Wall Street is watching as well. We'll be joined ahead by Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, who is trying to hold the line on salt all the while in the president's big, beautiful bill. We've got a lot to talk about ahead with analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us about a half hour out from our special Fed coverage here on Bloomberg. Let's set the baseline first on Wall Street, where we stand ahead of the Fed meeting with Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good day, Joe Matthew. Stocks higher right now. Again, special coverage coming up of the Fed, 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time right here on Bloomberg Television and Radio. 2 o'clock, that's when the actual decision drops. 2:30, Jay Powell's news conference. We got you covered here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks higher after President Trump said Iran has reached out about the possibility of negotiations, bolstering hopes that Tehran's conflict with Israel will de-escalate. And the Federal Reserve is expected to reiterate it needs more clarity on the impacts of government policies before adjusting borrowing costs. So here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index right at 6,000, up 18 now, up 0.3%. The Dow up 108, up by 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 90, up 0.5%. The outperformer, the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, that is gaining now by 1%. The 10-year ahead of the decision, 4.35%. The 2-year, 3.92%. Spot gold flat on the day, $33.90 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6% right now, $74.45 barrel on WTI. Texas Instrument shares, they're up 0.5%. TI touting plans to spend more than $60 billion on semiconductor plants in the United States, making it the latest chip maker to promote its domestic manufacturing ambitions as the Trump administration urges investments and threatens to upend the sector with tariffs. Recapping stocks higher, the S&P right at 6,001, up 0.3%, ahead of the Fed decision, the 10-year 4.35%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, many thanks as we count down to the Fed decision here on Bloomberg. We'll hand things back to World Headquarters in New York, as I mentioned, about a half an hour from right now. Get you set up for this decision at 2 and live coverage, of course, Jay Powell's news conference that will follow. I saw Bloomberg's Michael McKee before he headed over to the central bank, crafting some interesting questions for the Fed chair, who the president has already been talking about today, referring to Jay Powell as stupid on a couple of occasions, using the nickname Too Late, suggesting that he should start cutting rates yesterday, and that's not expected to happen today. We'll have more on that a little bit later this hour as we walk up to our special coverage with Kitty Richards, Senior Fellow at the Groundwork Collaborative. We'll be changing our view on things as we get closer to the decision. We want to stick with the beat on what's happening here. Meantime, on Capitol Hill, it is not only a conversation today about whether we're going to see U.S. military involvement in a more offensive way in Iran, and we're going to talk to Congressman Lawler about that as well. But it's, of course, Mike Lawler who has drawn a line in the sand on SALT, this being essentially the SALT network. I know how important this is to our listeners and viewers, and Mike Lawler does as well, because the Senate version from the Senate Finance Committee of the big, beautiful bill just came back to the House, and it's not what a lot of certainly members from New York and New Jersey wanted to see. Spoke about this yesterday with Senator Ron Johnson. He's a no vote on this. He wants to see deeper spending cuts. And when you start talking about deeper spending cuts or permanence with regard to business tax breaks or the Trump tax cuts, you got to find the money from somewhere. And the Senate seems to think that pulling that out of the SALT deal is part of the way to get there. Ron Johnson's still a no vote, though, as he told us yesterday here on Bloomberg. Listen.
Well, I'm currently a no. I think the House bill is something I basically support, but my problem is it just doesn't go far enough. At most, we'll be reducing spending by about $2 trillion over 10 years. We increased spending by more than $2 trillion in 1 year from 2019 to 2020. And, you know, it's a budget reconciliation process. We ought to be talking about numbers.
Well, let's talk about numbers with the aforementioned Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican from New York 17th. It's good to see you, Congressman. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's almost like we're sitting in the same room. If you're with us here on TV or on YouTube, I feel like I can turn and talk to you. Where are you on this right now? It was $40,000, the SALT cap established in the House. It went next door and they chopped it right back down to 10. But I'm told that this is simply a placeholder, and that there's yet another debate. Are you ready to go through this whole fight again?
Look, the bill, as the Senate has written it, is dead on arrival. And I made that very clear the other day when the language came out. But here's the reality of this situation that I think many of my Senate colleagues failed to recognize. At the end of the day, the cap on SALT was nothing more than a pay for back in 2017. And it paid for most of the provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It here again is being used as a pay for by not going back to unlimited. It's paying for the doubling of the standard deduction. It's paying for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the expanded child tax credit, among other key provisions, including business tax credits. And we understand that is all part of a negotiation. It's all part of having a tax bill that actually provides real tax relief to the middle class, to the working class. This is not about the billionaires or the millionaires. That's why we agreed to a $40,000 SALT cap with a $500,000 income cap. That was a hard-fought, good-faith negotiation that we entered into, despite efforts to roll us. And we came to an agreement with the White House and with House leadership. We are not going back on that agreement. And I think what the Senate needs to recognize, they can make changes, they can enter into negotiations, but the fact is you need 218 votes to pass this in the House. And there is not a chance in hell that this bill will pass at $10,000, let alone less than $40,000.
So it's anything under 40 is I know you've got to talk tough on this because you hear it off the air from Republican members that the SALT guys in New York, they knew they were negotiating. They went for 40 knowing it was going to come in at 30 as the House Ways and Means Committee said. You're a no on 30,000, right?
No, if we were going to accept 30, we would just accept 30. That is a no. And I guess people, want to try and call our bluff. They tried that in the House. They tried to jam us, and we didn't fold. And we're not going to fold here. We're not trying to stop the bill. We are making the point that this was a good faith negotiation. This is the agreement. And this is what the final number is going to be. And I would just remind everybody, you look at 10,000. This isn't just about blue states. First of all, SALT applies to everybody. It's not just particular to New York or California or New Jersey. But second of all, 29 states blew past the $10,000 cap with the average SALT tax burden over the past 7 years. So, leaving it at 10,000 will be a crushing blow to middle class and working class families all throughout this country. And if the objective is to provide real tax relief and grow the economy and allow for people to invest in jobs and businesses and in the stock market, then having a real SALT cap that we can provide tax relief with is vital. And we're not going to cave on this. We're not.
Well,
so this is obviously something.
Your point's taken. I just wonder, how do you fix it? How do you fix it, Congressman? Does this go to a conference committee? Does Mike Johnson have to carry this water for you? How do you get it back to 40?
Well, look, we're still talking to senators. We're going to have a conversation today. And I'm speaking with the speaker. And the speaker certainly understands our position. He agrees with us, even if he doesn't fully support SALT. He understands how important this is to passage of the bill. And this is just the reality of government. You're not going to get everything you want, and you have to negotiate. We negotiated. This was the agreement. And whether the Senate likes it or not, this is going to be the number.
I want to tick through a couple of other important items with you while we have you, Congressman, because you serve as well on the Committee on Foreign Affairs in the House. Where's your gut as, in many cases, Republicans argue with Republicans about what President Trump should do right now in Iran? I know you support Israel's right to defend itself, but do we need to put American B-2 bombers in the air to help finish the job?
I don't think there's any question about that. I think Israel obviously has made tremendous strides over the last few days and really speaks volumes to their military prowess and intelligence. But ultimately, to get the job done, I don't think there's any question, the U.S. is going to have to be engaged. I'm not advocating for troops on the ground. I'm not advocating for regime change. The bottom line is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. President Trump has made that clear for years. Republicans and Democrats, both prior presidents and in Congress, have made that clear for years. The time has come, and ultimately we need to finish the job. They cannot have a nuclear program. They have shown a willingness to use ballistic missiles targeted at civilian populations with the express intent of killing Jews and eradicating the state of Israel. Folks have to remember, there are 700,000 Americans that are dual citizens and live in Israel, at least part-time, if not full-time. These are Americans on the ground in Israel being attacked. We have 40,000 troops in the region under threat of attack. We have to make sure that this threat is eliminated. Ultimately, a weakened Iran, a denuclearized Iran, is the best hope for the Iranian people to rise up and reclaim their government. That will be their choice. That is not a choice for the United States or Israel or anyone else. But it will give the best opportunity for that to happen. And in doing so, will give the best opportunity for peace and prosperity in the Middle East for years to come.
Wow. The time has come, says Congressman Mike Lawler. If our involvement offensively was limited to a series of strikes as we've heard referred to, against these nuclear enrichment sites and no more. Would you be comfortable with President Trump conducting this on his own, or does Congress need to have a say?
Yes, I would be comfortable with the president making that determination. Obviously, in years past, presidents from both parties have made these determinations in limited strikes without getting congressional approval to do so in that moment. And certainly if that is the decision that is made for the express purpose of eliminating Iran's nuclear capabilities, I fully support it.
Lastly, Congressman, from your perch on financial services, you're wishing there was a rate cut coming today. I'm guessing there's not going to be one. How concerned are you that Jay Powell, as Donald Trump says, is too late?
Look, despite Jay Powell's many predictions over the years, many of which have turned out to be wrong or late to the ball game, the fact is the economy is in a very strong position. Inflation has come down. The economy is growing. And ultimately, I think when we pass the tax bill, you get deregulation into effect, you increase domestic production of energy, you bring these conflicts to an end and normalize relations and expand trade, the economy is going to take off dramatically. And I think this is something where the Fed should be looking to ease tensions to start to bring down interest rates, which is vital to economic growth. And I certainly believe that it's time to bring the rates down. I think the predictions over the last 2 months tied to the tariffs have not borne out the way many in the media and Democrats have speculated. And so I do think it is time for these rates to come down.
It's great to have you with us, Congressman. Appreciate that. Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican from New York, from SALT to Iran to the Fed. We're going to be turning things over to our special Fed coverage coming up in a little more than 15 minutes with, of course, an announcement on rates coming at 2 p.m. Want to assemble our panel with more on what we just heard from the Congressman with regard to Iran. That was an important moment. You're going to hear that played back. The time has come, said Mike Lawler. Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital, is with us now alongside Jeannie Shanzano, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick, how many Republicans does Mike Lawler represent in Washington today?
I think the vast majority. I mean, the Republican Party is still pretty hawkish. In the last year, even before the elections, we had a majority in the House of Representatives supporting aid for Ukraine against Russia. I think Iran is the unifying force. It is the greatest evil empire left in the world. Compared them to Russia and China, we can have a dialogue with Russia and China, but we cannot have a dialogue with Iran. And Iran has been the basis for mischief in the world for a long time. They sponsor terrorism around the world, and so I really don't think there's a lot of daylight between the Republican Party and the need to do something about making sure Iran never has the capability of crafting a nuclear weapon.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients, is a very comprehensive compound profile. Read the label on my store. This will focus on different systems of your body. It's going to help with your heart, your vascular system, your brain function, musculature, strength. It'll boost up your energy levels and rev up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight safely with this. Take it every day, breakfast or lunch. You're going to save money because this is cheaper than for a month's supply. This is a month's supply. It's cheaper than what you'd be spending for a month for breakfast or for lunch. So it's cheaper. You're going to lose weight and you're going to get healthy. You're going to have a steady burn of energy. There's no spiking of energy. It's a steady burn throughout the whole day. You're going to have more vitality. You're going to want to be more active. You're going to have better concentration. It's going to get rid of the brain fog. You're going to sleep better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. It stacks really well with the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley for added benefits like bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, and detoxifying the body. Take C60. C60 is an antioxidant. It's a very potent antioxidant. Take a teaspoon a day every day, preferably on an empty stomach, and that's going to soak up free radicals. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. And C60 has to be in an oil for best absorption, but take it every day. And by taking the C60 every day, you're going to soak up those free radicals in your cells and in your tissues and even in your bloodstream and in your neurons. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're helping reduce stress in the cell. You're boosting up the health of the mitochondria. You're raising your ATP levels. You're going to have more energy. The cells are going to perform better. And by soaking up those free radicals, the cells won't age as fast, because free radicals do damage to the cells and to the tissues, and then that's part of the aging process. Well, if you soak up those free radicals, you're slowing down the aging process. Now, at the vascular level, when you're soaking up the free radicals, you're reducing oxidized LDL. And oxidized LDL ends up being plaque. So if you reduce oxidized LDL, you're reducing the chance of plaque formation. Now, in your neurons, when you take C60, you're soaking up those free radicals in the neuron, and you're reducing stress and helping the health of the myelin sheath, which is super important for communication between neurons. And you're improving the health of the mitochondria. Your ATP in your neurons are going to increase. The health of the mitochondria is increasing. There's less stress in the neuron. More neurotransmitters are produced and better communication between the neurons. And then by having better communication between the neurons, you're going to have better neuroplasticity. That means you're going to think faster, you're going to have better memory, you're going to sleep better, you're going to have less brain fog. These are all important things, but it's a holistic approach. By soaking up free radicals and doing the proper exercising, eating properly, making sure you drink filtered water and staying away from processed foods, reducing your sugar intake, learning new things, reading, writing, talking to people in the real world, spirituality or mindfulness will calm the central nervous system, go from sympathetic to parasympathetic mode. These are all positive modalities holistically that will help slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, get the C60. I've been taking C60 since 2016, all right, every day, teaspoon a day, every day, all right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You get $5 off with discount 5. And if you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. So right now we're waiting on the Federal Reserve to make their announcement, and then we'll take a look at what's going on with the markets. Right now, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,998. VIX is trading at 20.49. Euro is trading at 115. Oil futures for the August contract is trading at 73.38. BITO is trading at 20.86, and the Japanese yen is trading at 144.68.
Got 39 minutes to go ahead of the FOMC decision, 2 o'clock Wall Street time. Our coverage on Bloomberg Television and Radio kicks off 9 minutes from now. We have got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all higher ahead of that decision. The S&P 500 index now below 6,000. 10-year, 4.36%. The S&P up 15, up 0.3. The Dow up 100, up by 0.2%. NASDAQ up 73. That is a gain of 0.4%. Cannot ignore the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares today. It is surging now by 1%. Ahead of the FOMC decision, 3.92%, and spot gold, little changed, up less than 0.1%, 33.89 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, 74.99 a barrel, up by 0.2%. Bitcoin just about flat on the day at 104,250 on Bitcoin. New U.S. residential construction declined in May to the slowest pace since the onset of the pandemic. Home builders trading mixed. KB Home right now up 1.1%. Lennar down 0.5%. And luxury home builder Toll, it is up by 0.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. A perfect setup here for what is about to happen. The S&P 500 up 15 points as we prepare for special Fed coverage here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. We'll hand the keys over to Tom Keene, Lisa Abramowitz in a little bit less than 10 minutes, so stay right here. Of course, the Fed decision at 2 p.m. And, well, Donald Trump knew that when he woke up this morning. He was asked about the Fed meeting by reporters when he walked down onto the south lawn of the White House today with a group of workers who were there to set up a new flagpole. It's one of the only public events he has today. No affection for Jay Powell. He called him stupid several times, suggested the Fed chair hates the president of the United States, that he was acting based on political inspirations, and had a lesson for the Fed chair. Listen.
Because of this guy's rates, if he'd lowered a point, I'd pay about a point less. Then if he'd lowered 2 points, I'd pay about 2 points less. And that's for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, 5 years. It's hundreds of billions. It's even trillions of dollars that we're going to lose because of this too late. I call him Too Late Powell because he's always too late.
Too late Powell. The president saying it would be nice if the Fed lowered interest rates today by 2.5 percentage points. Something that Kitty Richards is not predicting. She's with us right now, economist and senior fellow at the Groundwork Collaborative. Kitty, welcome back to Bloomberg. It's great to see you. 2.5 points. What would the market do in a world like that? And what would that say about our economy?
I think that would be pretty shocking to the markets.
Yeah.
Markets right now are expecting the Fed to continue to hold pat with rates where they are. And honestly, I think that the president is really putting the Federal Reserve in a difficult position with the chaotic management of the economy that we're seeing out of his administration. If the president wants to see Jerome Powell cutting rates, I would encourage him to not turn the Fed into a political football. But also, we really need to see stability in trade policy, in tax and budget policy, some sort of responsible stewardship of the economy. And I think that the various cross pressures created by the Trump administration are putting the Fed in a difficult position.
And not terribly impressed with the 4 straight CPI reports that the White House would point to as justification to cut rates.
And look, it's difficult. I was arguing for lower rates a year ago on this show. Yeah. And I think that high rates are squeezing American families. They're making housing less affordable, both through higher mortgage rates and through less building. There are real reasons to think that the Fed should be considering moving rates down at a more rapid pace. but there's also so much uncertainty created by things like the tariffs.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're seeing war in Iran cause energy prices to go up. That can filter through to inflation. It's a really difficult situation.
Liberation Day was the game changer then, in your view, and that's what's keeping the Fed's attention away from some nice CPI reports that we can talk about all day long. They're concerned about looming inflation coming from tariffs.
I think that's right. You know, inflation from tariffs, some of the Fed governors have talked about that as being transient, a word that we have heard in the past. But I do think that it's a real concern. And also, I think that there are concerns about the massive budget bill moving through the Senate now, what that would do to pressure on interest rates.
What does the Fed think about reconciliation? How do you read the tea leaves on this?
I think it's hard for me to say how the Fed will view it. You know, typical Fed policymakers are concerned about a $5 trillion increase to the budget deficit, especially to pay for something that is not going to create economic growth and stability, like tax cuts for the very wealthiest. There are also real problems for workers in this bill. If the Medicaid cuts currently contemplated by the Senate bill go into effect, that's going to be millions of workers losing their health insurance, having to pay more. It's going to drive costs up. That's also a problem for the labor market. So I think the Fed they have said they're in a wait and see approach. We'll wait and see if that's what they say at the press conference today. But there is so much going on that I think it puts the Fed in a position of feeling most comfortable just standing pat.
Interesting. Jay Powell is an institutionalist, right? Does he take the CBO at its word when we start talking about additions to debt and deficit?
I think that the Fed understands the pressures. If you're talking about the different policy baselines that are out there.
Well, it's become a parlor game around here. The CBO is the only one who doesn't know what's going on because there's no dynamic scoring and they're not factoring in the tariff revenue. This is what we hear every day on this show.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the parlor game around the tariff revenue is the Trump administration claiming that they are going to raise a lot in tariffs and yet somehow prices are not going to go up and we're not going to see any of that impact the American economy or American workers.
Yeah. What's the dot plot going to tell us today? Let's get to some actual news.
I'll be interested to see what the dot plot tells us today. You know, we're following what Fed governors are saying.
They're going to crank this down to one cut. Is that the idea?
I think that most of what we've seen is a wait and see approach, and they continue to wait and see, and things continue to be pushed off. I will be really interested to see what they say about the later quarters of this year. Now, that is also when we expect to see the impact of the tariffs in both inflation and the labor market.
Jay Powell is preparing to meet the press right now. Bloomberg's Michael McKee is over there. He's got a bunch of questions. They're going to throw him off. What will be his posture? What will be his tone any different than the last meeting? There's so many questions he can't answer.
I would assume that we're going to see a very similar approach to the last meeting. And also, as you said, Jay Powell is an institutionalist. I think that it is important to him and the other Fed governors to not be seen as overly reactive to the inflammatory statements that Donald Trump makes.
Right.
So I would anticipate a very even-keeled and very similar approach to prior statements.
What would you ask him if they called on you in the briefing room today?
I would ask him to talk about the impact of the Fed's rates on the housing market. I think that this is a really underappreciated problem with how high the Fed went and how slow they've been to cut back. We've seen both rates impacting Americans' ability to afford homes, with Americans who got their mortgages later in the rate hiking cycle facing much higher burdens of housing costs than Americans who have mortgages from a few years ago. And we've also seen how this impacts the housing market through the ability of builders to get financing to build more housing units.
New homes falling to the lowest level since 2020. We had a weaker than expected reading on retail sales. This has to be hanging over his decision here.
I think that's right. And housing is such a huge part of a family's budget, and it's such a crisis in this country. But again, the Fed is I think, cross-pressured by everything that's going on.
Yeah. Really glad you could come by. Kitty Richards, Senior Fellow, Groundwork Collaborative, helping us walk up to the Fed. Many thanks for the insights.
Thank
As
you.
always, Kitty. We're going to hand things to New York now, and I'm going to meet you back here at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on the late edition of Balance of Power. We could be living in a very different world by then as the headlines cross moment to moment, never mind hour to hour. A special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance is on the way. The Fed decides, with Lisa Abramowitz and Tom Keene, live from World's headquarters in New York, straight ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Live from New York City for our audience worldwide, Bloomberg's The Fed Decides starts right now.
This is a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides.
Live on Bloomberg Television and radio, good afternoon. Counting down to another Fed rate decision and Chair Powell news conference. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Lisa Abramowitz. Someone is missing. Tom, I believe.
I just got a message from the Bank d'Italia, and he's 24 miles south of one of their branches. I think it's an island.
Yeah, well, somewhere beautiful. And unfortunately, he is missing the most riveting Fed meeting since the last one.
Certainly most political.
And
My word, comments this morning.
How about it from President Trump coming out and saying he should be the head of the Federal Reserve? Honestly, quite a time for him to be coming out.
It's going to be a long show, the press conference. He's got to rebut the comments to them.
Look,
he's got to say something.
There's that. There's also this question of how much uncertainty can you possibly have at a time where not only do you have tariffs, do you have changes in policies in Washington, D.C., but now you have what's going on with Iran and Israel threatening to disrupt oil supplies at a time when that will only add to some of the inflationary questions.
I think over $80. We're not there yet, but over $80 a barrel, things change.
Yeah, and this is why we're watching the Statement of Economic Projections as well as what we might end up getting from the forecasts in the dot plot. Right now in markets, you could see a bit of calm. You've got equities that are rallying despite some of that uncertainty. Just to give you a perspective, since the last meeting on May 7th, S&P is up almost 7%. When you take a look at yields, they are up materially, about 10 basis points on the 10-year, up from on May 7th, the last time the Fed met, 4.36%. And crude, lower, but still up materially since that last meeting. Coming up shortly, JP Morgan's Bob Michael, Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab, and Greg Peters of PJ will be taking us up to the Fed rate decision at 2 p.m. We'll get immediate reaction from former Fed Vice Chair Rich Clarida, Diane Swonk of KPMG, and Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti. And finally, breaking down Chair Powell's news conference, Stephanie Roth of Wolf's Research, Apollo's Torsten Slok, Subhadra Rajappa of SocGen, and BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg. Joining us now, we are so pleased to say, is JP Morgan's Bob Michael. This is actually a big deal because they're going to release their quarterly summary of economic projections at a time where things haven't exactly gotten clearer.
Yeah, I don't think this is a boring Fed meeting. I think this is a historic Fed meeting. You've got the Fed dealing with a lot of things. Tariff policy could be something we haven't seen in a century. You could have a potential major conflict in the Middle East. And of course, when you look at the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, if that passes, you've got the extension of one of the biggest tax breaks in history. If it doesn't, you're going to have one of the biggest tax hikes in history. How does the Fed?
All right. We've been transmitting for 5 hours now. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're going to shut this down for today and stay tuned for tomorrow and see how the markets will react to this announcement. And the two big risks are, definitely Iran risk. Will the United States get more involved? That's a headwind. The tariff negotiations is a headwind. The tax bill is a headwind. Hopefully that gets passed. And, what the Fed does with its announcement, I think they're going to hold steady I don't think they're going to cut. I'd be super surprised on that. And what's going on with oil? So right now, you got the August futures contract trading at about $33 a barrel, and you have the July contract trading at about 74. The July contract's going to be ending soon, so that's why I've been taking a look at the August contract. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great supplements that I offer to help support the work I do. These videos are for free. Thank you for watching, and have a nice day.